All right, good morning, everyone. This is just a quick sound check. Want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen. I will be leaving for another, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen when I get back, or right now, I should say. Okay, great. Thank you. And somebody in YouTube, maybe, if you can hear me in YouTube, see my screen in YouTube, that'll help. So when I come back, we're good to go. Okay, well, maybe nobody's there. Okay, guys, I'll see you in a bit. Yes, there should be sound. I'm sorry, guys. There should be sound. I think I hope it didn't go off on its own. Okay, guys. So I am here. I'm sorry. Maybe you missed the whole preamble. So I was talking about the MYSE, and I thought maybe it would be a little bit like the bird from yesterday. Bird pivoted to being something to do with AI. And that's exactly what MYSE is doing. Explodes higher after it rebrands itself with an AI label. Virtually the same thing that Bird did yesterday. Okay. And we all saw what happened with Bird. So, not saying the same thing is going to happen, but the good news so far for it, it's holding the VWAP, and it appears that it's some kind of an all-time high. Hard to believe that it would be an all-time high with this, for a $5 stock. And Worship was the other one that absolutely exploded. My goodness, I mean, it got up to $42. It's pulled all the way back down to 26. And I'm trying to see what, oh, just my music. There we go. I don't really know the reason. All I see is, in fact, I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. Not today. Don't see any news. Crazy low float. Now that is the crazy low float. Okay, 430,000 shares in the float. EVTL, another one that is well, it's pulled back quite a bit though. 340, 346, pulled all the way back into the VWAP though. So perhaps if the VWAP holds it, might have another move. Our spy, my goodness, yes, I because I was gone. I can't remember when I left the room, 2:30, even 20 to 3. Anyway, so we finished at the 700 mark, a little over 700 now. I saw you guys talking about caps early. Hopefully, nobody got nailed by this one. Yes, it was a beautiful move from that 57 cents to the $1.29. Look what happened afterwards. So that was just a quick play. And let's look at Bird. Now, Bird looks well. It is down for the day. However, a little misleading, and yeah, it's down 15%. But remember, this popped through the 200-day moving average yesterday. You know, the day before that, it was a $2.30 stock. So it closed here at 16.79. Yes, it pulled back quite a bit from the high, 24 to 60. But let's put it in perspective here. Yesterday, before the market opened, okay, the day before that, this was a $2 stock. So it's $14 now. So yes, it's below the close of yesterday, but I have a price alert set right there in case it takes out that close and wants to have another little run at the high of yesterday. Okay, MYSE, another one, Monica, Bit Origin. Bit Origin announces strategic financing to explore expansion in the AI. Yeah, so I mean, I mean, we saw this, a couple of years ago. Maybe I don't even know how many years ago now. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, when all these companies, all they do is put AI in their press release. However, sort of starting to come back a little bit again. Yeah, as far as earnings are concerned, I Schwab is an earnings play, William. I don't know if you have any interest in Schwab. Down 2.4%. It's SCHW, broker, of course. Schwab is an earnings play. Here's, yeah, well, I mean, CFG, no volume yet. Yeah. So when is, I mean, when you read some of these headlines, you would think that this PDT rule change is like tomorrow. So has anybody really dove into it to find out, okay, realistically, who could be one of the first brokers? June 1st? Really? Okay, June 1st. Thank you, 162. So any broker who can do it, because somebody was saying yesterday that it requires some programming of some sort for Cobra and Weagle. Okay. It's so funny. As a Canadian, I have been blissfully ignorant of that rule. I mean, not I shouldn't say it like that. I know about it, but we just it's never been applied to Canadians. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, as long as you've got 25,000 in your account as a U.S. Citizen, then it doesn't matter. Okay, guys, CDNA. What is this one doing? It's CareDX. Yeah, the volume's not bad. You can see if there's any news on this one. CareDNX. It's starting to pop here. And that is a CDNA. So the WSH. Well, I thought it was to protect. I thought it was more protection than anything. In theory, PJ. Which I know you're making fun of Canada and all that, but the thing is that the Canadian banking is so conservative compared to you guys, and so that's why I was very surprised that you guys would impose that rule and we didn't. Okay, so WSHP is, it's still over the VWAP. Okay, now Sky. Well, I have this one still thumbnailed. I'm wondering if it's going to do anything again today. Sky Q is holding 10. It's the high yesterday. It did have a little pop up to about 11:15. ONFO, ONFO. So this pulled back from wow, that's a big pullback. Got up to 171, and it's pulled all the way back just over a dollar now, securing a $100 million equity facility to accelerate acquisition strategy. I don't see any disaster today, William, in terms of a bio. Well, certainly not looking at it right now, Dean. It just was so active for so long. Yeah, actually, 143,000 is not terrible, but I'm just wondering if it's going to gain traction again because it's only 2 days ago got up to almost 20. Is that a guarantee, Dean? It will tomorrow. Guarantee. Xanadu. This was very active yesterday. Xanadu was very active yesterday. Here's it right now. Dropped off the list. Here it is. Okay. Yeah. So in fact, not only yesterday. I mean, this has been on a fantastic run. A multi-day run from 737. It got as high as $28. I mean, it's almost a quadruple in what 5 days, and it's above yesterday's high now. This is a quant play. I mean, the other ones have not moved quite like this. A lifetime high now. Well, we have a sector strength. What time is it now? 9:24. So we have a sector strength. Well, strength. If I click on new from the toolbar, then dock channel bar, okay, and click down on show more. So if you're a subscriber, then all you have to do is go to the sector status, okay, from the tool. I did it quickly, but I can do it again. But here are some of the major sectors, okay, and so you can see right off the bat, NLR, as we speak, NLR. It doesn't trade very much, but NLR is the top sector. IYT, shipping, XLE. The worst sectors right now, SMH. SMH. I mean, we're not talking tanking or anything, but if you look at these sectors, and then here's some of the individual sectors, okay, when you can see the stocks that are the best in the individual sectors and the worst. So that might be of use to you. Okay, do you see how I got that? I'll just do it one more time, okay? Yeah, first of all, Clay, can you hear me in our YouTube room? So if you click on new if I'm going to assume you can hear me, click on new from the toolbar. Okay, so you did. I know I went over it rather quickly. And you can do things like, so for instance, you could pop, the sectors out. The one I pointed to, it had, these are not every single sector, of course, but some of the major sectors. You can pop this window out so that you don't have to maintain in the channel to see this, if you know how to do that. Basically, you would just go into, if you want to pop, that's what I do. So I can keep a track on what's happening with all the sectors all day long, just at a glance. All right, guys, 9:26. So the MYSE is still hanging over the VWAP, guys. So that is not shortable for me. Well, I should say, of course, but it is not shortable for me. Typically, these real low floaters are not, which is usually a good thing. All right, guys. So the worship, I'm going to call it worship. Okay, the worship is still hanging around the over the VWAP. Agree, William. Most you can't put any downward pressure by shorting. Yeah, I mean it's optional. I've never really thought about that. Well, I guess if you can't buy puts or something like that, I suppose that makes that sense too. Driving it down. Hey guys, give me one moment. Yeah, most of these low float stocks are not shortable. Or not, excuse me, not well. Most of them are not shortable, but most of them do not trade options at all. Look at the Go guys, MYSE. Keep an eye on it. A little frisky now. You can get, I guarantee, well, I shouldn't say guarantee, but with what happened with Bird yesterday, and it's a very similar press release with MYSE today, okay? Basically doing a little pivot to AI, rebranding itself, rebranding. Remember what did Bird call themselves? New Bird, newbird.ai or something like that. Isn't that what they're going to be calling themselves? So they're going to be rebranding themselves to mymuseum.ai. Well, guys, keep an eye on this. I might this one might be a rule breaker for me to trade in the first 15. But oh, the market's open. Somebody didn't tell me. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but we'll let things settle down a little bit. I do want to make one change here. Give me one moment. All right, guys. The worst WSHP holding well, got into 25. I mean, this is real because look at the float. I mean, the float is nonsensical. So you're going to get some wild swings here, guys. I mean, if it takes out 30, I mean, the high in the pre-market, believe it or not, was 42. If you weren't around then. Well, I know even if I had shorts available, you would not be doing it either, William. The fee rate is 731%, even if they could find shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. And it just got halted, guys. WSHP just got halted. All right. So, will the market hold 700 today? That'll be interesting to its own. There is the VWAP for the SPY. Okay. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. I ran taking a hit here, guys. Hello to Ruru. Thank you for the fourth like. Well, I've certainly see. I do not anticipate something's going to happen. Okay, look what happened with MYSE now. Do not anticipate that it was going to take this out. Thinking, you know what, it's going to do it. Well, 20 cents above your entry. Well, let's see what is the prediction. Well, I hope this is not right for you. So here's the halt price for WHSP, or yeah, WSHP, sorry, 2968. This call I'm trying to show you where it could open. Let's hope it opens higher than 2968. Typically, the first halt is reasonable. Reasonable meaning it'll move above that first halt price, but we'll have to wait and see. As you can see, this number fluctuates. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:37 plus 7 seconds. So let's hope that this anybody who's in this now, hopefully that that column number will be above the 2968 when it opens. Don't be sleeping on Onfo. Okay. Well, I guess I slept. I think it's just, well, it got halted, right? Okay, got halted on the way up. So let's see where it could open. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. That's where you hope the WSHP have a number greater than the halt price. So it's halted at 130. By the way, this blue window you see here has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, please listen carefully. I get emails coming. You guys don't see. Where do I get that blue screen? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Very handy when it comes to a halt price. Well, you can't see the symbol, but it is the ONFO. There's the halt price. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. And typically, they are 5-minute halts. They're called volatility halts. I'm going to keep an eye on this. So 37, so oh 07, so another 30 seconds or so if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for the WSHP. Now, getting closer. Come on. See what I'm saying? 2968. Remember, this was down. It's 2865 now. keep this up. This is another 7 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. Mm. There's the halt price is 29.68. Let's see if it gets above it. Hmm. Kind of like that, guys. I mean, that was tricky, very tricky. Holding my breath on this one, guys. And we got halted at 29.68. Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's see if I'm going to get lucky on this because I am in some of this now. You know how I trade these sometimes. Okay, the halt price was 29.68. It did dip down below it and then it popped through it. And I thought, you know what, do it. Now we're halted again. And I guess Onfo opened. Ooh, and it got halted immediately again. Wow, Onfo got halted immediately again. And so here's your halt price for this one, 158, 169. You see it did not dip down below. I don't think so. I wasn't watching it. I don't think it dipped down below 133. I may be wrong. All right, guys. So yeah, I have mixed emotions now, but well, they're not mixed. I think it's not going to be good. MYSE broke down through the VWAP. Though I mean, listen, if it can recover, maybe get over 5 later on, it may go on a run. But this is not like the bird from yesterday. Okay. Well, typically, John, typically, I mean, if you have, you should have this. If you're a subscriber, right? So you should have the halts resumes. Typically, they are 5 minute halts. Okay. So you can see the halt, like car is halted. That big one. That's a big. Don't typically get large cap stocks halted, but okay. So you can just check the time. So usually there are 5 minute halts. Okay. So that's what I'm saying with the Onco. It was halted at 9:37 plus 21 seconds. So if it is a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 4:21, 9:42 plus 21 seconds. And I would say that 95% of the time, even maybe more, they are 5 minute halts. But if it doesn't open after 5 minutes, then typically they're multiples of five, so it could be 10 minutes. Now, if you're going to ask me, well, what determines whether it's a 5 or 10? I I'm sure there's some kind of a rational reason, But I would say, most of the time they are 5-minute halts. Well, here's another halt, guys. WNW is halted at 407, and projection, could be 409. I mean, again, this is over the 5 minutes. This number will change. It doesn't have to stay at 409, of course. And there's no guarantee it will open at 409. All right, guys. So the worship, WSHP. See, there's no big clue right here where it's going to open. See, it's halted at 3241. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. When was it halted? 9:38, 43. So it should be opening now. Okay, so open a little bit below. Okay, guys, I have taken some off. Okay. Wow, you did good exit. Good exit. You got up to 33s, and I may dump the rest. Yeah. Oh, okay. So this could be it for a while anyway. And now just got halted again. Okay, so that was a good exit. May have another run later on in the day, but again, I don't typically do this in the first 15 minutes, but again, I do make exceptions every now and then. Wow, look at Xanadu. I was going to take this one. This is on the most new high list, and I got what did it get up to 37 and right back down to 31. Whew, low float. Oh my, I didn't even realize it. This was this was an AI alert too. That just got absolutely, and it's I think it's halted on the way down. Yeah, it's halted on the way down. NDU halted on the way down. Yeah, car. That is well, it did resume. So it got halted, yes, on the way down, and it popped. And car just got halted. Wow, car just got halted again, and on the way up, I believe. Yes, Davis budget. I wonder why it's so volatile today when an earnings play. Yeah, ONFO just resumed. Popped down a bit, guys. So what did it get halted at? 157, popped to 177. It's come back down to the halt price, and now halted on the way down. So some wild action with the halts resumed so far. And now Xanadu just resumed, and well, let's see. Holding, is it trying to hold the VWAP? I saw the Tesla, a short Tesla down here in the crawl. So here is the along one of the ways to trade Microsoft, but it's moving down here. Okay. All right. WSHP just resumed. This doesn't look like MYSE is going to do it. I would have thought there'd be some action now by if there were any interested parties, but I don't think I don't think there's any enthusiasm for it right now. You guys are talking with SIDU, SIDU. Yeah, no kidding. Is it ever? So yesterday's high, so got up to 540, closed down here at 489. WSHP, well, I mean, got down to 25, got down to $23, 23.88 down to 24. Now it's over 31 again. Well, over 30 again. Well, I haven't seen this one for a long time. SHPH used to see it a lot. Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. It's over $1. Remember these days, reverse split adjusted. This did not get up to $25,000, but low. Surprised the float is that high. So this was a 10-minute halt, guys. WNW was a 10-minute halt, and oh boy, it exploded off that 407. Did not give me an opportunity. Did not dip below it. because I don't think it did. So far, nothing shaking from our AI, guys. Not a great start to the day for our AI. Boy, WSHP. Whoa, no kidding, big drop. No kidding. That's a big red candle, guys. Red bar. What's the news? See if I can find some news. Well, Goldman, Iran war brings more inflation shock than growth shock. That's I don't know. That's the news, but thoughts on BTOG? I saw it earlier. This is what I was talking about. So TSLQ, this is the short. So if you think Tesla is going to move down for a while, guys, there's a way to play it. You can play it. This is not a recommendation. I'm just showing you a way to play it. You'll get double the move. Tesla moves down 1%. This will move up 2%. Okay. So you think Tesla is going to be weak today for a while? So the BTOG, okay, let's take a look at the BTOG. Well, the best thing I can say right now is it's through the VWAP again, okay, but it got below the VWAP. Well, this is the one, bid origin. This is the one you were talking about, Monica. Now it said it has done the pivot to AI, expansion AI-driven computing. Okay. So, I mean, it's news, it's call it news driven, like the bird yesterday. And the MYSE today, but MYSE today, but did not MYSE once the initial flurry, it really pulled off. To me, the good thing is that it's over five. The high, what did it get up to? It got up to 692. So at least if it can hold five for a while, it might have another one. It's over the VWAP. Yeah, some big. It's a big bar, guys. Big bar. Too big. Well, this is the big bar. Other one to follow, perhaps. But you see, it's not. I mean, I think the only way you can really look at it, to me, if it gets back over five and at least holds the VWAP, that's the BTOG. I don't know why we don't have any information on it. Sometimes you just have to reload. Here we go. So yeah, a low float, 1.4 million. China or Singapore stock. But you can see what happened. Did not hold fours or five. So it doesn't look as good now, in my opinion. This has been a stalwart, though. This WNW after the first halt and all. Are they pivoting to AI also? Okay, give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm back. So the thing to do right now is to wait to see if this market will settle down. If this is just a momentary blip down, and then we get a recovery. So, or are we going to have a steady, half-hour sell-off? Another way to play it, guys. TSLQ is a two-timer for Tesla also. So if you think Tesla is going to keep moving down for a while, you can buy this one. And it's pretty extended right now, but it depends what the overall market does. Okay, guys. 10 o'clock now. And you know what that means. I want to go over my homepage. So there, but I want to keep an eye on some of the IBG. Again, another low float, 4.3 million in the float. Okay, so I don't understand what this one means. Provides operational update on well reactivation. Well reactivation. All right. Well, I guess they've switched gears because when you look at this, it says they're involved in alcoholic and non-alcoholic brands, but it also looks like they're an exploration company. So I don't understand this one at all. But in theory, look what they do: innovation beverage. Unless they've got a well of vodka. Okay, guys. A little hard to commit to going long right now, especially the large cappers. Okay, if the market tried to have a bit of a pop, but the settlers are still in control for a while anyway. I'm going to have to watch this TSLQ. I mean, I've never traded this one. 25.46 is the next high. Again, this is a way to short Tesla by buying this stock or stock ETF, excuse me, ETF. I want to see if it's so you can see that Tesla, the stock, has rebounded a little bit. I mean, that's a mild rebound here. Still in a downtrend, though. Okay, while I wait, okay, while I wait on this one, see if this is a momentary drop. I'm really interested in maybe taking this TSLQ. I have a thumbnail in my other chart, so one of my other chart in my one of my monitors. Okay, while I wait to see if this is just a momentary pullback, I'm going to go over my home page. Beverly Hillbillies. Texas tea, black gold. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Look at the WSHP. Boy, it looks like it wants to take out 35. So you can get 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that works for both our premium service and our standard service. Okay. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Using my code helps to keep the 2 rooms that I'm moderating free. I'm moderating a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, there is another trading room, a way more robust room. Okay. Much more action in this room. So why is it important if you're going to take out a subscription? Because the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay. Now this room, again, a lot more action in this room, interaction amongst other traders. A couple other bonuses. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room or you want to talk or converse with other traders or interact, I guess is a better word, interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you. Obi opens the room. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic around 9 o'clock, a little after, for both rooms. And then I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later for questions though. But when I do leave, William in this room, the trading room, usually keeps the room open sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. Okay. So on a big day, this room was open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Well, down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, now if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click on the more info. Right down here, getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, that's a mandatory that you do this if you were just taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have the program, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. Okay, Monthly subscriptions are just, you can unsubscribe at any time, if you didn't like the program. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, scans, races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. So here's these two races right here. Large cap race is right here. A wide open volatile race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Everything you see, these are all real-time alerts. If it's in red, it means it made a new low for the day. If it's in green, made a new high for the day. These are competing scans with very similar filters, just looking for stocks with very similar filters. One way with making new highs of the day, and the other one making new lows of the day, sort of competing against each other. Here's the halts resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. A momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and then the William up down 25-cent scan. I keep saying scam, scan. Okay, so both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If I can't answer, if I'm tied up doing something else, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I probably cannot answer it, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay? Asking questions definitely keeps me engaged. Well, develop my thoughts on BTOG. Well, now it's even worse. It got halted on the way down. You know, it did not hit five. It did not hold five. I mean, that was my key thing. That was from developing our YouTube room, wanting an opinion about BTOG. So maybe the market's getting, wise now. Well, wise, terrible choice of words. Not as enamored by these companies saying, you know what, we're switching gears. We're going to do AI. That worked yesterday for the bird. Certainly did not work for the NYSE today. I mean, they're up. Don't get me wrong, well, now the BTOG is not even up for the day. The NYSE, let's see, is it even up for the day now? Yeah, I mean, it's still up 151%, but fading badly. Okay, some rebounding now for the market. The market maybe found a bottom here at 698. The key level right here, the 700 level again, that happens to be where the VWAP is. So I will put a price alert there. And if we can reclaim 700 again, that might give the market the little shot in the arm it needs to keep making new highs. Sort of lost sight of the Sky Q, but look at it now, guys. Now, what's the spread like for this thing? Up now, 1102, 1120. So Sky Q now is at yesterday's high. But look at the spread, terrible. Well, actually, when it was 1111, 1137. It tightened, see 1110. It's hard to commit. Now, if the stock goes up $3 or $4, that won't matter, but we don't know what's going to do that. So it's hard to commit. Not using today's AI though, right? Aussie? What buy signals are you talking about? Though you're not talking about today, right? I mean, there's nothing. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, so I'm back. So the SPY, I can see briefly, I guess it briefly hit the 200-day moving or the VWAP. So it's obviously not based on today's AI, right? It's based on what the long-term AI or something. Okay, vertical takeoff and landing. I guess this is one of the VTOLs, EVTL. Wow, holy smokes. Look at this open now, guys, for the thought about it, but did not act quickly enough. Look at this open now for WSHB. Halted, resumed. What was this halted at? It was halted at 34.42, and it opened up here at almost 40. Crazy. Wow. Well, that's interesting because we do have I know we have the profit change in the last 15, but you're talking about a percentage change, right? In 15. Not hard to do though. So what do? You take these, put them in a top list or something, and then put the minimum change in 15, 1.5%. And you're just talking about today's, because I mean, with only four stocks, and you're doing a race based on four stocks. Interesting. Okay, guys, TSLQ hanging over 22. I want to see if this works with the market moving down, and maybe it'll drag Tesla down a bit. It had to pull back. It pulled back to the VWAP. This is new territory for me. New territory for me. So I just want to understand, Ozzy. So you have a race based on four stocks right now. Wow, look at that halt down now for W. I mean, this what a roller coaster. So where are you getting seven stocks? Because there are only four today. Okay, I'm just wondering where you're getting the four. Where are you getting the other three? These are the only alerts today. So where are you dragging the other three from? Yeah, you know what? Concentrate on your trading, of course. I'm just curious, though. Okay, no. Couple of communication stocks, guys. So this is kind of interesting. Okay, this race right here, it's a large cap race, and these are going to be stocks near the high of the day. With the market, putting in some lows right now, these two communication stocks are ripping. You got Verizon and AT&T, and they look almost the same. Well, this is exactly what you want to see the wave looking like, the TI wave looking like. Could this be interesting? real, over the 200-day moving average, guys, over the whole number, over the 200-day moving average. On the weekly chart, the next high, maybe too close, 1110. Yeah, 1110. But if it can get through 1110, wow, 1240. I'm going to put a price alert here at around 1109. See if it gets up to that level. Okay, because then the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there if it takes out 1109, but at least there's a lot of room on the weekly chart for this reel to keep moving higher if it wants to. Okay, and definitely kind of bucking the trend with the large caps. Well, the large cap stock. I mean, it's not not a hugely large cap stock, but It meets the filter requirements that's in this race. Has to be at least half a billion market cap. Float has to be at least 50 million, and it has to be near the high of the day. So it's meeting all the requirements in this race. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sure you wanted to put a cloud link instead of a collaboration link. But listen, concentrate on your trading, obviously. Well, as long as later is not more than a minute from now, that's fine. LOL. Okay. So Xanadu is still up for the day. Okay. It had a massive pullback though, but it is still up for the day at 21%. I'm going to put a price alert over the little over the view app and see if it can take that out. Now you have a symbol list, of course, in there, right? But let me load it. Now, why are these stocks showing up? Are these the stocks you've got in your symbol list? No, right? NN, Xanadu, are these the stocks? There's about 8 stocks here, but your symbol list does not copy over. So, hmm, is this what you've got checked? A 60-day long? I mean, I didn't even know we had 60-day long and long today. Is that what is checked? Just out of curiosity. I mean, this is kind of so you know what? So these lists did actually copy through. Okay. So these are not today's AI alerts. That's what I was asking. They're not today's. I mean, EVTL is in here, yes. Interesting. But I mean, obviously you don't have JKS, NN is, EVTL is, Xanadu is not. Anyway, I'll let you go. I mean, see what happens. So this is being taken from the AI long. So they're creating a symbol list. Okay, interesting. Well, I'll keep an eye on this just to see what happens. And he's now, are you really running a 30-minute race, or did you drop the time frame? What are you how are you using it though? Are you taking the top 3 and that's or well, how are you using it right now? Are you taking them all? Like how actually are you using it? If it's a 30-minute race, you're not gonna have any winners or anything like that for a while to look at. I should know, but I bet you Pepe knows. Crash messed up your TI user settings file. Anybody know the name of the file so I can restore it? Well, his if he is, his ears usually perk up when I say his name. Okay, guys. Now Xanadu now is right at the VWAP. I may have to embark. I don't like the spread, but it's it can be very volatile. Well, you can get a sound alert right here, Steph. Okay, so when an AI alert happens, you get a sound alert. You can get a sound alert. Okay, you can get an alert in this window when a stock shows up immediately, and it'll be a sound alert, so you know. Well, the AI cannot predict that the AI doesn't know what stock is going to show up in here. Yes, it doesn't start to work until 9:40 by design. It's not going to work in the pre-market at all. So the AI cannot say, you know what, we think Xanadu is going to show up at 9:41, and so start looking at it at 9 o'clock. But a lot of times, I mean, the stock just because it comes in what you call late, it's already perhaps moved, but it could keep moving higher. Okay, so there's no way to know that NN is going to be alerted at 9:46, at 9:55, so that ahead of time you say, you know what, it's going to get alerted, so I'm going to buy it at 9 or something like that. There's no way. I talk about this a lot. Just because a stock is up, like look at the WSHP, it's up 239%. But it also got up to $40, so this was up even a lot more. So even though a stock is up a lot, doesn't mean it can't keep moving higher. So the little buy, okay, if you at the time of the alert, okay, so NN, okay, NN, that little that little buy arrow right there, it refers to the candle in which the alert happened, okay? You're looking at a 2-minute chart, you're looking at a 15-minute chart. If you clicked on it exactly when the alert happened, you'd see the buy arrow, okay? So it's not gonna alert you earlier. If you're talking about that buy flag there, you're talking about that little buy flag there, because there's no way to see that. I mean, you can't get an alert for that, if that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the up arrow. Okay, no, you can't. No, unfortunately, no. That's why I want you guys every month, every Wednesday between 12 and 1, and go and talk to Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. Now, you know, just because you got, if there was a buy flag, it doesn't absolutely mean it was going to do what it did. Okay. It didn't, it was not necessarily going to be a precursor, knowing that you were going to get a buy flag, you were going to get a buy arrow later on with the AI. Because I mean, you can get a lot of early buy flags on all sorts of different stocks. Even if you had an alert that would, like a real time alert that would show you the buy flag, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do this. And ultimately, it would be nice to be able to create your own alert, your own scan, and get a real time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag, regardless of whether it's an AI trade or not, or alert or not. Okay, so I'm sorry, at 161. I'm going to have to. I know yesterday I kind of let it go, but we have to keep this room English. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to keep it English. Okay, guys, 10:36 now. I mean, here's a buy flag up here for JKS, but then a sell flag, a buy flag now. It doesn't absolutely mean just because you get these flags. I mean, it's all, what it's trying to tell you is there's been a trend change. Okay, the market makers, Chris, yeah, not well, the brokers. I mean, the market makers. Well, there are all sorts of market makers out there. Okay, you know, I can't name them all. Do a search, do whatever chat you use, chat GPT you use, give me a list of market makers or some common market makers. Some level twos, no, I don't think this one does, but you can actually see who's making the market. And maybe if I expanded this, you might, I mean, personally, I don't care. I mean, like who is the market maker? And that's not to dismiss what you're asking, okay? But the old days, when I used to look at the level two a lot more, you'd see a list of them, on the side, and not that it helped me at all. Well, understanding, Steph, that just because you get a I mean, look, these stocks right here are super active. Let me see if I get a positive one. I mean, right here, you could look at this and go, okay, it had a pullback. There's some volume coming in. Maybe I take the trade here. Okay. This is like an uptrend. Maybe the uptrend is starting to form now. Okay. As an example, looking at some of these stocks, some of these right here. I mean, this is something I'm sharing. A pullback. But does it mean it's going to keep moving higher? No. I mean, I wish I could say, it's up 100%. It's going to keep moving higher, but the volume is coming in. This is a nice little momentum scan. But you have to, if you're a beginner, you have to know how to read a chart. So, for instance, you look at this and go, "Oh, that doesn't look bad," but then you look left on the daily chart, and what's the next high? 1714. So, personally, I wouldn't take the trade, okay, because I look at that and go, that it could stall there. Now, if we can get through 1714, the next high is 1825, a ton of room. If that hadn't been there, the next high looking left on the daily was 1825, and the stock sitting at 17. This is pretty interesting there. But that's why you've got to be able to size up fairly quickly. Always look, even though I'm an intraday trader, I'm always looking at the daily chart, the weekly chart, the monthly chart to see where a stock could keep going before it hits some kind of resistance. Okay. It seems sort of contrary. Why would I, as an intraday trader, why would I have a daily, weekly, monthly? Well, because most of the time, what I'm seeing are stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day. So I want to see, okay, where is that next high in the daily chart if I can see it? If it's too close, I won't take the trade. Doesn't absolutely mean that this high right there of 1714 for CRK is going to absolutely stop it, but it's just the way I look at things. So I won't take that trade. So if you go to my homepage, but I also have like like what I will call a true momentum scan too. So if you go to my homepage though, I just put my link in and scroll down until you see the scan section. So view scans. So this is a different way of presenting our data. Okay. If you're only looking to go long and not looking to go short, but this is movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay. Or you could look at the momentum scan and okay. These are basically two momentum scans. Now, when you see this here, do you know how to get it onto your screen? In other words, you know how to click on the link and then how to get it onto your screen. You know how to do that. Okay, I'm going to assume you didn't answer, so I'm assuming you know how to get them onto your screen. You know what? Don't follow the instructions, okay? I think they're watch what I do, okay? I find that they're a little too convoluted. I think this is an easier way to do it. If you just, I'll bring it back again, okay? I mean, if you can follow the instructions, then it works for you fine. But so let's just say you wanted the this one, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. And this is, for other people who are wondering, well, I see the links here, but how do I actually get them onto my screen? So if you click on the open scan, just click on the link. What should happen is you'll see the link. It may have shown up in a new tab or overwrote that tab, but you should see the link very clearly, and then you just highlight it. Left click on your mouse and drag it, drag it, drag it. So now it's all highlighted. Once it's highlighted, copy it. Control C, copy it. Control C. So now the link is copied. And then you go up to the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And if you've done it correctly, the link will already appear in this box. Okay, you can see it has FE5 it ends in, FE5 it ends in. So if you've done it correctly, the link will automatically appear in this box, and then you just click load, and now it's on your screen. Okay? I can pop to my other monitor. And that's the same for any one of the links on my homepage. I know you can read all this, but again, if you load that one, Steph, I mean, then you're going to get a crawl, and you click on it, and you have to have an idea. I mean, is this if you want to trade that? Has it gone? Is it what's it doing at the VWAP? Does it look too extended? I mean, there's a lot to go into it. It's not just a matter of you get an alert and you just automatically take the trade. I wish it were. I wish it were that easy. Whoa! Until just got halted. I think on the way down. Maybe. Maybe. Whew, that was lucky on my part. I was thinking of taking that. I broke over two. I thought, okay, let's go. And then and then all of a sudden it started to move down. So I said, okay, wait a minute. And then underneath two, that stopped me, and then it just got halted. If you don't want to short, Steph, then just disregard the red ones. I mean, you can always look at them because maybe they're maybe they're going to potentially get into an area where they could bounce. Boy, look how erratic that IQ is. Gets all the way up to 1136 and drops a dollar right back down to 1030. Very difficult intraday trader. But Steph, you might want to look at a race like this, though. Okay, This is not a volatile race. These are stocks near the high of the day, okay? And they're, reasonably, I don't want to say easier to trade, but they're just not as volatile as some of the other things that, certainly here and probably here, okay? When you click on it, you can sort of see, look at the alms, nice little move. It's a little, had we seen it right here, breaking over the VWAP, yeah, probably would have been a nice little trade. How do you go back to the old indicators? What do you mean by the old indicators, Topsy? Talking about the old charts, or I don't know what you mean by the old indicators. Still don't know what you mean. When you say, are you talking about the old charts? Just uncheck the use browser interface if that's what you're talking about. But I don't. But I mean, both charts can have indicators. So that's why I don't. So just go to my homepage, Steph. Again, go to my homepage. Oops. And the races are there. Ah, you know what happened, guys? Okay, what happened? I know. Yeah, I saw what happened. The meteor server disappeared. I had a little flash saying, "Okay, so give me a moment." Honestly, I didn't do it. Okay, yeah, we should have the screen, and I should be able to hear me now. Okay, so Iris, if you're talking about the old charts, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, I mean, if you're right click on a chart, use browser interface. If you want the old charts, and uncheck it. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. Give me a moment. Oh, okay. Um, well, I don't, but indicators, what indicators are you talking about? I mean, the indicators, oh, I'm not in cinema mode. Okay. So that must have screwed up. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. That must have screwed up on that media server. I think probably what had happened. There we go. Thank you, Pepe. So back in cinema mode. So I don't know what you mean when you say only indicators. I mean, this is the menu for indicators on the old right here. This is the menu for indicators in the browser-based charts, and here's the menu for the indicators in the old charts. Same group. So don't know what you mean. Only for the indicators. Don't know what you mean. Okay, so again, are you talking about this? Right click, click on indicators, and then like this? Is that what you're talking about? The indicator display? The old indicators display? Is that what you're talking about? The indicator manager? Okay. Well, you have to go to your chart and uncheck. The browser interface is checked. Okay. So I've checked it right there. So now when I go to indicators, I mean, it's the same. I mean, it really is basically the same, but okay. But you want to, but so you have to go right click on your chart and uncheck use browser interface then. Okay. So go, so right click in your chart and uncheck the use browser interface, and then the indicator menu is going to be made. Well, if that's what you're talking about, the old indicator display. Okay. So, Cher, I don't swing trade at all. So I'm the wrong person and to ask. And also, these high Momo stocks can, sometimes they have. I would personally, I would not hold a high Momo stock. I mean, there's usually a reason why they go crazy one day, and it's not usually for any like like a natural reason. Okay, it's just a trade. For whatever reason, traders are piling into it, and the next day it could all disappear. So I do not, even if I were a swing trader, I would not be holding those sort of stocks. Doesn't mean that some of them won't keep ripping and ripping, but that's not for me. I mean, we're always going to find examples, and when some of these crazy stocks, keep going, absolutely, but they're just not for me. I don't have that. I have risk aversion to something like that. Meanwhile, shoot, I forgot. While I was watching the Onfo, and it got halted on the way down, and I was thinking about taking it if it got over two again, but I was too late. Huh. How about that? Display new energy. Okay, well, you can do it that way too. Thank you, Pepe. Learn something new every single day. I did not even. Well, I don't know why I would want the old one necessarily, but I guess if you're used to it, I guess that is a reason. But how do you get the VWAP on a chart? Okay, no, it's not a band. This is just a line. Okay, this is TI wave. Okay, ice. This is TI wave. Okay, that blue. But if you're talking about the purple chart or the purple line, that's the VWAP. So is that what you want? You want the VWAP, the line on your chart, or do you want the wave, that wave, or both? No, 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 no. The VWAP is actually that purple line. Okay, right there. That's the VWAP. This is nothing to do with the VWAP. This is what we call the TI wave, which I can show you how to get onto your chart. And anybody else, I find it's it's a great way to keep in trades longer than you might have expected to. So the first thing to do is in your chart, right click, and you have to have use browser interface check. The reason I don't have them checked here is I only want the wave on my intraday charts, but I'll show you how. So you have to so right click on your chart and you see where it says use browser interface, check it. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on and off. But when I do it, okay, so now the browser interface is checked, number one. So are you following what I'm doing? Okay, now, hopefully when it checked, you get an icon. You see that there's a little anchor icon just to the left of it, or like, you don't want to, it's not the indicator menu, okay? But there's a little indicator icon just to the left of the anchor. Do you see that? Because it might depend on the version of Trade Ideas you're on. But if you do see that, it'll make it simple. Okay, perfect. Now, click on it, left click on it. Okay, left click on it, little menu pops up. Right at the very top is TI Wave. If you click it, the wave will appear. Okay, and it's a toggle on and off. If I go back and click it, the wave will disappear. So I'll keep it on. Oops. Okay, so now the wave is on your chart. Now, if you want, sort of an explanation about the wave, what it all kind of means, what I would do is do this. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. And you see where it says Ripster Rippers? Click on that. And this is sort of the basis behind the wave, the TI wave. What's going to happen is a video is going to pop up somewhere for you. You'll probably hear it. Okay, you'll probably hear it. If you don't see the video, it could be tucked behind the channel, or maybe it's on another monitor, depending on how many monitors you've got. Okay. But this video gives a great explanation about what the wave is all about. Okay. So you have an idea about what you're looking at. And it's part of the standard service, everybody. So you don't have to subscribe to it. It's not an add-on or anything like that. And how I like to use it is keeping myself in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to be. So and it's not a matter for me not seeing it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag if I want to short. If I click on a symbol, I'll just make this up. Click on WNW. Not a good example. Well, Onfo might be not a bad example. The only problem I have with it is that the bars penetrated the bottom of the wave. You know what? I think we saw. Let's take a look at what were those two communication stocks. I think Verizon was one. Okay, so Verizon. If I had taken Verizon down here, for some reason, I clicked on an alert. I had an alert for Verizon and it was down here. And it's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag. So I take the trade. It's just over the VWAP. I think, okay, just over the VWAP. Now, I keep in this trade all the way, as long as that wave maintains blue and no bars penetrate the bottom. Okay. Now, at this point, right here is where I might say to myself, maybe I should take some profit, okay? But not necessarily getting out of the entire trade, where in the past, there's no question I'd be out of the entire trade. So I hang on, and then, you never know. I mean, right now, we may start to put in another blue wave up, okay? But that's how I use it. It's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. It's if I get into the trade and then I'm just following the wave up. And you can see that it looked very different on a, well, it's a 15-minute chart. Let me go to a 5-minute chart. So you can see right there, you can see how it broke down underneath. So even if I didn't take anything off here, in fact, it's possible I wouldn't take anything off here. I could just look at this and say, okay, just kind of consolidating a bit. But the minute the bar popped down below the wave, there's no question I'd be out some. Okay, not my entire position. Whereas there's no in the old days, not that long ago, a few months ago, there's no question I'd be out of my entire position now. That's how I use it. Well, Mr. Market, look at this. So we have shaken off that big red candle, that red bar. Okay, completely shook it off, and now we're back to the 700 level, and we're through the VWAP, and it's all happy times again. The Onfo is halted again. Yeah, so Steph, I'm sorry, I forgot to, I got sidetracked. So again, on my homepage, click on my homepage link, and click on my homepage link. And I mean, here are the scans I'm sharing. Scroll down, middle section right here, custom scans, and here are the two races. So this is a large cap race I was talking about. Perhaps if you're, as a new trader, this is, even though these are a lot more exciting when you're on the right side of them, these are just a little more steady. Okay, and that's because they're large cap stocks. They're not as volatile as the stocks that are in here. And it's just one of the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Well, I made just a little pittance in the Tesla guys, the Tesla short TSLQ. But the market, as expected, you would think that Tesla would be moving higher with the market. I don't think it's not ripping or anything, but you can, and now it's at the VWAP. So the market had to keep moving down for me for that TSLQ to work. Now ONFO halted on the way down. Boy, this one, I mean, it's still up 159%. Okay, but boy, is from the highs, it just is absolutely selling off all day. NYSE. Okay, guys, 11:08. So today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. I'm going to take my break. Yeah, but you should, you've heard us talk about it. I'm assume if you're saying it's a very terrible trade that you didn't have a stop. Remember, just in general, guys, when you take a trade, you have to have a price you're getting out when the trade isn't working. They're not all going to work. So you can't hope that it's just going to come back. That's how you plan your trades. Where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? So I have a manageable loss. But what's magical about 2 p.m. Share or sure share? You're stretching it today, William. Yeah, so I'm not going to tell you, I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but hopefully going forward, and anybody listening, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. Believe it or not, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of that stock if it's not working. And the idea, though, is that when and you should have a dollar amount that you're willing to lose on a trade. So whether that's $100 or $50, it's going to depend on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So you know what? 11:11. Why don't I do this? Let's go over a little bit of money management. Get rid of all this stuff. This is from before. Okay, so practicing using our simulator, okay, to take trades. So to start, if you click on new and then brokerage plus, okay, this window will open. Now it may not look exactly like this, but a reasonable facsimile, okay. Now what might happen when you open it, you may not get anything, so you have to connect, okay. So you go to brokers, and EI paper trading and connect it. Now you're in our paper trading. It's using our real-time data. Let's say I wanted to take the ONFO. When you click on ONFO, see how it changes? Right. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to make the math super simple. This is a drop-down menu. You can obviously type in exactly how many shares you want, but I'm going to take 500 shares. And why? Oh, is this halted? Oh, it's halted. That's why. Okay. That's why I'm not getting a big ask. So I better do another one. How about BTBT? Okay. I'll take 500 shares. I don't love the spread, but now if you can't see the send button, you have to stretch out this window. Okay, you have to stretch it out because what you'll do is you'll click on buy. I don't know what the market. I mean, it's only a few cents. Click buy and then send. Now I'm in this trade. Okay, 500 shares. My entry was 204. I'm going to put a stop at 184, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. On my on my on my chart, I should see, and I do, I see minus 100. Okay. Now, before I get into a trade, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. I know where I'm going to get out. Now, how do I know? Well, I'm sizing up the chart where I think maybe there's some support, and if depending on the time frame I'm using, And if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Maybe it's the VWAP, which is sort of a moving number, but okay, maybe it's the VWAP. If it gets through the VWAP, I want to be out of the trade. So I know where I'm going to get out of the trade before I take the trade if it's not working. This is not after the fact. I take the trade and then try to figure out where I'm going to get it at, where because knowing where I'm going to get out will share size me, and I'll explain why. Now, the next thing, though, of course, is if I know where I'm going to get out of the trade, and in this case, and I put it 20 cents away just to make the math simple, okay? So if I were going to take this trade, I'd have to be able to look left then and have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on this trade, okay? So if I look left, it's possible. I mean, there's the next high, and the daily chart is up here, 240. But let's just pretend that when I look left, I could make, before I saw any sort of resistance in my mind, it was at least 40 cents away. Why 40 cents? I don't mind risking 20 cents if I lose to potentially make 40 cents. In other words, a 1-for-2 risk reward. If I know my stop is 20 cents away and I look left and the next high is only a nickel away, 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 5 cents. I'm sizing all this up fairly quickly. That's why I don't take too many trades, because I have to see enough room. I have to know where my stop is. I have to have enough room to make sense to take the trade. And that share sizes me. Because the other way I trade is that I have about the same amount I'm risking every trade. Now, some might say, well, wait a minute, you bought 500 shares of a $2 stock. Aren't you risking $1,000? No, no. I'm only risking, assuming I can get out of my stop, I'm risking $100. Okay. So the way I trade is that I try to risk the same amount about every single trade. So I'm not going to risk $100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount, dollar amount, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, about the same amount every trade, within reason. And that share sizes me. Because when I put my stop 20 cents away and I took 500 shares and I'm willing to risk $100 a trade, well, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. If my stop had been 10 cents away, based on what I saw, I could take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents equals $100. Okay. So, you can actually set up an Excel spreadsheet so that you can point to a cell that is what you're going to be your risk amount every trade, and then just type in the your entry and your stop, and that'll give you an idea about how many shares you can take. Okay, that's why you got to practice. So a share for you, if I taken the NYSE, the first thing I'm doing is, okay, where am I going to get out with a manageable loss? It might have it might have tested support multiple times, but if it broke down through that, whatever that support was, that's where you probably should have been out of the trade, right? And only taking a certain number of shares. So this is why I was saying, if you have $5,000 in your account, and I'm just talking anybody, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. 5 bad trades, that's it for your account. That's why you can practice in the simulator. Okay. So unless you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money live, because right now, if I get stopped out here, oh well, it's only play money. It's not a big deal, right? But until you can make money in a simulator, I would not start to try to trade your live account. I know that's not what people want to hear, but that's why we have a simulator to practice trading. Because again, making money in a simulator is a lot easier than making money when you're attached to a live account, when all of a sudden you see your real money, P&L, moving up and down on you. I'm not saying it's easy to make money in a simulator, but there's no pressure. Now, the next thing to do or consider is that in the simulator, again, it's easy to take a note at your stop price because, again, it's just play money. It's not real money. And so you allow yourself to be taken out at your stop price and you move onto the next trade. And hopefully maybe you start making money by obeying your stops and, exiting at decent areas. But once you start trading, it's a little more hectic because let's just say this BTB, I'll just BTBT, BTBD, I'll use this as an example. Let's just say it had some fantastic news. Now, news is not a reason I take a trade. I call it a bonus, but it had some fantastic news. You get into the trade. The whole room is talking about it. Everybody's excited about it. And wait a minute, it starts drifting down to your stop. So you say to yourself, you know what? This is nuts. This is going to come back. Even though I put a stop, and even though I made every single stop in the simulator, now that I'm trading live, I don't think this is going to come back. So you don't get out at your stop. So that $100 loss then all of a sudden starts, as it moves down on you, starts turning into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss, and you start to sweat, and you eventually maybe you get out of the trade with a way bigger loss than you ever should have if you had obeyed your stop. That's number one. Number two, almost as bad, is you don't obey your stop. You're down $500, and then it does come back up for you, and now you're up a couple $100. You basically kind of congratulate yourself. Wow, good for you. You did not obey your stop, and look what happened. It came back because you knew it would. Well, can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, and believe me, first of all, when I started, I had no idea what a stop was, number one. And even when I finally sort of understood where a stop was, I got, you let your ego get involved, and you can't believe you're wrong. You don't want to believe you're wrong. And so, sure, I was disobeying my stop, and it took me a long time before I finally, said to myself, obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again for you. Get out with that manageable loss. You can always get back into that trade if it sets up for you again. For instance, now these sort of stocks are not necessarily that tied into what the overall market's doing. But what if you were in, a larger cap stock? Give me a moment. What if you were in a larger cap stock? Okay. And you're in a large cap stock, and the SPY is looking still pretty good. And all of a sudden, boom, you get this big red candle on you. You can't control that. You cannot control that. Okay. I mean, now, did it bounce back? Yeah, in a huge way. But we don't know. We don't know that's going to happen. And we could have had another red one, another red one. And so if you get all stubborn about it and don't get out of the trade, but you can't control what the market is going to do. I mean, look pretty good right here. But so you can get in a trade and the market can just try to wreck a trade for you, but wreck it with a manageable loss. Then you could have got back into the trade. Perhaps, you took the trade in this area and then you could have got back into the trade. So I don't teach trading, okay, in theory, but I try to, go over money management because sure, if you had taken this trade and you saw what you thought was, you're not a stock yet, sorry, MYSC, and you thought there was, some support in an area, well, that's great. And that's why you took the trade, I guess, because you thought, okay, you found a support area, maybe, but then when it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade. That's the whole idea. And Jamie, hit a stop loss with the MYSE, but at least you're not, it's an awful feeling, you're looking and you're saying, man, if I'd only made my stop, and now you're watching it move down, 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 and you sweat and you just start to kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Now, in your case, it didn't sound like you had a stop, but hopefully now it makes sense to always have a stop and obey it. And you save yourself some psychological damage. Seriously, I mean, it's not a nice feeling. You're in a trade and you're looking at P&L and the losses keep mounting up. This is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. It's not so much about not having a stop, but I used to trade and now today I made a bit of an exception, but because I'd be I'd get into two or three trades, right around 9:30 plus 10 seconds. Okay. And yeah, sometimes it worked, but most of the time, because it's so whippy in the first 15 minutes, I'd be losing, in the first two or three trades right off the bat. And so you're playing catch up for the rest of the day. Now, this really has nothing to do with a stop, but it just puts you in a well, it put me in a bad mood, and then you start trying to revenge trade. Now instead of if my normal amount of risk is say $100 or 200, whatever it is, all depends on your account. I would start doubling it, try to make back that first loss. And then if it didn't work, then I would the third trade, I would go even more. Just trying to always recoup your losses. Terrible, terrible way to trade. But again, Jamik, if it's whether it's a penny stock or Apple, the same principle. Have a stop. Get out of the trade. But it's hard. I know it's hard. You think, oh, a penny stock is going to come back, and look how much money I can make if I just hold on, and because it's going to come back. Yeah, RIP again. RIP probably on phone now. Guys, I guess and the problem with the penny stock too is that in order to make any money, you got to take a lot of shares. So if you're talking like a sub $1 stock. See, so some think of a penny stock as anything under $5. Some think anything under a dollar. So I'm the wrong person to ask, Scott, regarding. I'm not a swing trader. Okay, I mean Oracle was on a tremendous run 2 days. Well, right here, tremendous run. But I mean the next time but let's. It also had a tremendous drop. But you look at a weekly chart, it looks like it wants to start coming back. But I am the wrong person to ask regarding Oracle or any other one of these large cap stocks for a swing trade. Or are you talking about like just now? Because what I can see with Oracle is at the VWAP at least. It's right at the VWAP. So if it holds the VWAP, it could move off it. If that's what you. Oh, is that yeah? Long term, I'm not the right person. I do not swing trade. So all I could see is that though, I mean, Oracle right now at 176. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is about 185. So, I mean, there's that. But it's been on a tremendous run. This was the day which this was an all day. This was an all day. It closed right at the high of the day. That really got it moving. But with a lot of pain for people that might have been hanging on all through this downturn. Well, we can say RIP for a couple of them now, guys. RSHP is an RIP. Onfo could be, yes, it's certainly pulling back a lot. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm now back. See, this is one I wish I'd seen this obviously a lot earlier, but the to buy AMDL, okay, the 2 time long AMD. I just wish I'd seen this earlier. Now, even if I had seen it earlier, did it mean it was going to do this? No, but you can see that this really moved completely. It didn't care. It did not care when the market was doing this. Well, wait a minute, maybe a little bit at 950. Yeah, okay, it a little bit, but not much. So even though this is those large cap stocks, again, this is the 2 time AMD. Okay, the so you can instead of buying spending 275, you could buy AMDL. You'll get double the move, plenty of volume. So it's not like it's not like it is not liquid. All right, guys. So 11:33. So I'm just going to do a confirmation. It'll be Steve in our YouTube room to take over for me. So I don't know if I mentioned this or I can't remember if I was just thinking it or did I say it out loud. So it seems like the latest Windows upgrade or update, I went through it. It was no problem. In fact, all the Windows updates that I've had over the last several years have not caused me any problems. But I guess it caused some problems for people. with trade ideas. 'Cause we're getting emails coming in, and it seems to be that's the culprit. Some, all they had to do was reboot, but others rebooting is not helping. A real pain. Okay, guys. Well, let's see what is there anything here? RMSG. Well, RMSG, that was there's a big one a few days ago. Big one a few days ago. And so it is now, wow, 63%. I haven't been following this one today at all. Obviously, I should have been. All right, you're right. ARAI now over $1. The next high looking left is $1.10. So I'm going to put a price alert right there in case it takes that out, because then the next high looking left is 179. So I guess this was an earnings play here. Obviously not great. Most of these little ones, it doesn't really matter that much about what sort of earnings release they have. Most of them are not making any money at all. Not a well, it's low flow, 20 million, not crazy low though. So here's a great example, guys, of using the reentry. Look at NN, okay? So we had an alert at 1955. Got stopped out. Now it may have moved higher, initially. Let's see if it did. So that there's your blue arrow. That is signifying that's where the alert was. And so from 1955, yeah, I mean, it got it to 1978, but it got stopped out though. There's your stop right there. But look what happened after that. I mean, that's a nice, nice, nice move because right now it's at 2065. So if you took at 1925, that's a great looking trade. The same thing with the EVTL. Today, the reentries are definitely working really well. It got stopped out. 322 was the entry or the alert price. The exit was at 312. How do you get this reentry? If a stock, notice there are none here. If a stock hits the stop at any point during the day and it gets halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, you will get a reentry. So halfway between 1955 and 1896 is 1925. There are a lot of us, or I just haven't been able to pay enough attention, unfortunately, to the AI. But when I was paying more attention to it, I would only wait for reentries. I would just forget about the original alerts. I would wait for reentries and see if we got one. Because obviously the reentry is at a better price too. And you just think of it this way: that okay, the AI was a little bit early on the first alert. This gives you a better entry, and maybe it'll work from there. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course, but and these two for sure have worked very well from their reentries. And so, and if you have the AI guys, this is all I'd be looking at. Okay, this is the window, and you will have the reentry price column, and you can put a sound alert here so that when you get an alert, be it the original alert price or a reentry, you'll get a sound alert. So you can just immediately go to the AI when you hear that sound and see what's happening. So I mean, anything is possible. But look at the Xanadu here. Okay, 36.25. The stop was 35.16. Let's make the math real simple. Let's say it was 36 and 35. You'd get an alert at 35.50 if it happened. Now you have to get to 35.50. Halfway between the 36 and the 35. BTC, Block Solutions. Does its trade ideas offer the ability to look back? Yes, it does. So say in this alert window right here, the alert window right here, and well, in Momo, I mean, I don't know what Momo you're using, but typically if you just right click and go to history, and then you can go to yesterday as an example, or you could pick your time frame with the calendar, and then you can look back. Yes, okay. But if I wanted to see yesterday's, a simple way, obviously, there's yesterday's, and it take a while to load. Now, unfortunately, because I did that, I'm going to miss all the. I should have duplicated it first, just because now I'm only going to see the last ones. But okay, do you see what I did there though? You just take your alert window, right click, and go to history, and then you can pick your time frame, whatever, like figure out in this, pick your time frame, and then so if you just wanted to see Monday, you'd have to pick Monday on the calendar. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Talking to BTC in our YouTube room. So I see that MTC is halted on the way up. Now, this could be interesting. Now, it's down for the day a huge amount, 35%. Typically, the ones that get halted on the way up, they're already kind of wildly positive. So this might be a little more challenging, because now you're hoping that it's going to, but to really, gain cut into that huge loss. I typically don't look at these ones, for a potential trade. Boy, look at WSHP now. Can you imagine? Oops. What if you had been, really stubborn on this one? It's going to come back. 31, I'm in. I don't care. It's going to come back. Now you're sitting at 17, and you're still trying to convince yourself it might come back. Okay. Okay, Ozzy, done. Well, anybody with shorts for the WSHP, yeah, even if you'd, taken it right, even if you'd taken it here, on the break of the VWAP, waited. All right, guys, 11:45. So let me make sure it's going to be Steve, and the answer is yes. So Steve will take over for me in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay, from 12 to 1. And when I say Steve, I'm talking Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. Okay, he's the originator of the trades of the week. You can also ask him. He's more tied into Dan than I am. I'm not tied into him at all. So I haven't talked to Dan in a long time. But Steve lives in the area, in the San Diego area. I know he golfs with Dan a fair amount. So ask him about the buy and the sell flags. What's the latest? I'm sure I know what he's going to say, but Wazzy, I did PM you, so if you haven't seen it, unless you're writing War and Peace and you're still typing it. Boy, what a nice move for AMD guys. This reminds me a little bit of the Oracle 3 days ago. Okay. Unfo is actually having a little pop. Maybe it is not completely over. I'd be probably watching it to see if it gets over. See, it won the last race. See if it gets back over two later. I mean, it's possible. This is the only one I think that maybe has a shot. I mean, the MYSE looks dead. The WSHP looks dead. This might have a shot though. At least it held the VWAP. Okay. Oof, just give me a moment, guys. Having a tough time moving around on my other monitor. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm answering an email. Meta is 100, what, 100 points up today? So when you say, you mean you took it? Oh, I see. You took it early. Well, I mean, I was going to say 100 points. Well, here's your challenge right there. Okay, you see the 200-day moving average, Steph, right there. That blue line. I'm not a big no. It is 7 points away. Doesn't mean so it could get into that area, but that could be an area where it could stall and ahead of it because traders are looking at this and saying, well, I may get out earlier than the 200-day. They may not get there, but that is what I'd be looking at. That blue line. I'm not a big indicator guy, but there are two that I have: the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, of course, and the VWAP. That's it for my indicators. So, but there's no question that people will be staring at that one, the 200-day moving average for Meta. Whoa, this one halted. Big pop for this one. Not a lot of volume though. Okay, I mean the volume is maybe coming in. The okay, the two most followed. Let me get to a probably the number one followed indicator is the 200-day moving average, Jay. Okay. Maybe somebody will correct me on that, but I think 200-day, the 200-day moving average is the most followed one. And then the VWAP. Well, there's no settings in the VWAP. It's just the daily VWAP. Okay. There's no settings. This is just the VWAP, if that makes sense. I just added it to my chart. And then the VWAP, Jay. No, well, it's just that, yeah, it's not anchored. It's just today's VWAP. I'm not using the anchor or anything like that. I guess you could say it's anchored to the session, but I haven't done anything special. I just added just went to the indicators, went to VWAP and added it. Okay. And obviously in the main chart area. And I picked my color. And so it's not, I guess you could say it's anchored to today, but I don't, look at it like that. I don't, I don't, look at it like that. I don't, I don't look at it like that. 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 I don't look at it like So that'll be interesting. I mean, with the meta, what will it do up here? Will it stall for at least a while? Maybe not today. I mean, it's up $3. It's not a big move. It's only like 0.5%, but all right, guys, 11:54. So what I better do is get my announcement in. Not leaving yet, not until Steve shows up in our YouTube room, but I'll get my announcement up here. On a break. And the next thing I'll do is I'll put in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over, listen to Steve when he shows up. All right. Now, how did the WNW do when it came? This had a big jump when it came out of the halt. Yeah, but it fell back 511 back down to 429. Pretty big pullback underneath the VWAP. Probably not that interesting anymore. The Onfo is still kind of interesting though, guys. I mean, seriously, it's won 12 races. It held the VWAP. You see how different this one has been compared to the MYSE, the WSHP, the one we just looked at, WNW. These crazy little low floaters that have taken off today. But look at this one. At least it held the VWAP. So later on in the day, it has a possibility if it gets through 2, it might have a late day run. Aha. What about this one? DFTX. Okay. I love the ones just over the whole number. It's well, unfortunately, it's run away. I was hoping it would be, well, okay. On the 2-minute chart, yeah, it's a little too extended right now, but it's an all-time high. Definium is an all-time high. And good volume, 1 million shares. Not a high float, not low, 98 million in the float. Price target raised from 25 to 38 from Canaccord. See if anybody else is in on this one. It's only Canaccord that I can see. Well, Steve, you better write your book on how to trade. Obviously, it would be a bestseller. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for a little ping, which means Steve has entered the YouTube room. Definitely keep an eye on Onfo going forward, guys. I mean, if it can take out two again later on, it has the shot, I think, of maybe being one of those late dayers. Now, because I'm saying that, I'm not taking the trade now because I think it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be, but it has that, potential look about it. These stocks that have been really crazy, and then they kind of rest a little bit. And there, I heard a little pop. So I think Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. So for the main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour from now. Okay. There, I heard a little pop. So I think Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. So for the main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour. Now, hello? Steve.
Yes.
Okay. You heard me then. I thought I was getting feedback or something.
I had the other one on. I turned the echo off.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, good morning. How's all your swing trades going?
Extraordinarily well.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I have been in full hedge fund mode, since before the gap up. So it's been working really well.
Excellent.
Good for you. Talk about my positions for sure.
Okay. And I'm sure you still have a Tesla, obviously.
Oh yeah, that's my baby at 339.
What's that?
At 339, that's my entry.
339, yeah. 390 now, yeah. Well, as you know, I don't have to tell you this, but the 200-day moving average is around 398. So that'll be interesting to see what it does there if it gets there.
Yeah, it's a big number too at the 400 and the 200-day moving average. Two big heavy levels there. So I expect a little bit of resistance for a few days.
Mm-hmm. And also, are you into Meta at all?
No, Tesla is really the only big cap that I own.
Oh, I see.
I'm really going for the small stuff.
Because Meta's doing the same thing. It's coming into the 200-day moving average also. So I wasn't sure if you're into that one.
It's been a big run. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few days of, a little bit of consolidation, but sideways consolidation, I think, is desired better than pullbacks. So.
And hard to believe, isn't it, Steve? Now, will we look back yesterday and just sort of take 700 for granted on the SPY? You know what I mean? Like we get blasé about it, say, 700.
Well, this is eerily familiar to last year when people were having the tariff tantrums. Every tariff head, I think, that came out, we thought we were just doomed, and then the market rebounded and rallied. And this year, it was the Iran crisis. We're doomed. We're all going to die, and then it just kind of resolves itself quickly. It's interesting how that plays out.
It is. I've been able to take advantage of some of them on my wife's side and her in the Canadian side. So yeah, it's been interesting. All right, Steve, I'll let you go because I know you've got to go leave at 5:02 or so. So I'll try to come back by then and relieve you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Let me check out the questions here. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. I saw some people on X yesterday that have been waiting for, I think they piled in short right around here, probably in the S&Ps. This normally would be a great entry, but the gap up just ripped their faces off. And then if you get stubborn and don't cover, it just keeps grinding higher. And I saw a lot of real panic and frustration in certain accounts yesterday for people that were buying, puts and they were short the market. They're not happy. And I've seen this before. Like I said, it was just a real paradigm shift. Honestly, if you want to know what I think really, really hit it, was the market is forward looking, and it just realized that the Gulf of America, formerly the Gulf of Mexico, is being flooded with empty ships heading our way to buy U.S. Energy products now. Kind of a crazy, brilliant switcheroo that works out really well for our country. So I think that's a lot of what's happening behind it. People are seeing not only is the conflict resolving and the danger going down every day. You can look at the VIX. The fear is going down every day. There's no pullback. They're not letting people into this market, and the shorts are having to cover and drive the price higher. So we're in the midst of like a short squeeze and a train leaving the station market, I feel like. But as I said, as we head into certain levels here, we are extended, we are overbought. But markets can consolidate in two ways. They can pull back significantly, or I'll wait for that to clear. Or they can grind sideways and wait for the moving averages to catch up. And that's what I believe is, that's what I think is going to happen. So we'll see. Happy to go through like some of the stuff that I've been long, and boy, I got a gift this morning. You've probably seen me talk about Rumble Media a lot. I like their platform. I like what they're doing over there. Well, all of a sudden, I think people started to realize they've been making some acquisitions in the AI cloud space, and that's a pretty big buzzword. So they got a giant PR buzzword headline today in Rumble. And as Barry and I were just talking about, here's a declining 200-day. A lot of charts are coming into that. We've had a rough few months and a downward trend in most stocks. And even your favorite names, they've all been taken to the woodshed. But the last 5, 6, 7 days have been a real change of tune. The buyers seem to be back and the short covering is panicking. And a lot of names are running right smack into the 200-day. So there's Rumble. We just talked about Tesla. We talked about Meta. So big names that people know, probably going to run into some headwinds here over the next day or two. So that's my big winner for the day. NNE was one that I've been playing back here. I bought on the gap up and then sold it on the open today. And I bought it right back. I love the way it came down and pierced the 50-day moving average. And also, this is what I was looking at. It took out these lows right there. And the minute it took out those lows and started to bounce, I picked some up down here. And so I literally bought the same stock back that I sold on the open because it was way extended. And you get those giant gaps on an extended play like that, you got to take them. Going down the list here. All right, so I got kind of a bifurcated portfolio. And what I mean by that is half of the portfolio in about 5 names here are locked in with what I'm going to call a vanity entry. And what I mean by a vanity entry is that's an entry I don't want to lose. I don't want to sell that. I don't want to trade around it. I don't want to play with it. I want to let it just sit because these are names that I really believe in. And I think that I may have picked up a real generational bottom. Like it or not, you've heard Dan talk a lot about it. Xerox is a company that's been around forever, but just like Kodak, look at Kodak. Some of these crazy names that we've been around forever, they can find a way to reinvent themselves. And Xerox might be one cloud AI headline away from what Rumble did today. All right, so I'll come back to Rumble. That's one of the vanity entries. But these blue lines down here are what I'm calling a vanity entry because I seem, hopefully, knock on wood, I'm hoping I've picked off the low, capital TH low. So Xerox is one of those. Rumble is another one. That blue line there, it's right around $5. The next one is Tesla. I'll just show all the vanity entries here. Tesla, this blue line here, 2 wicks right down there. And I just was accumulating for a good reason. There was a gap fill. All right. This is a great example of looking left. I waited and stocked my entry. If I can find it. Hang on a second, guys. There it is. I'll highlight it. There's a gap right there. There was a gap fill and it was as clear as day. That's my entry. And then I entered again on a couple stages. And before you knew it, I had a pretty good position. But 2 little bottom wick tweezers down there, that's a nice kind of a cue for a possible reversal. And boy, did I get lucky yesterday because the shorts covered and the downtrend was broken. And the very first order of business is that blue line. It's the 50-day moving average. So anything that I wasn't holding as a vanity entry and I was trading into, I was selling at that 50-day moving average, at least half of it or a third of it to try and make it work. And the last of the vanity entries is not doing well today, but it's okay. It's DJT, this blue line down here at 850, a double bottom once again. There's a lot going on with him. This stock, DJT, they've got the fusion energy, which is kind of coming to life. The nuclear energy came to life yesterday. You've got Bitcoin holdings. Bitcoin, we'll talk about that, is really changing its tune in crypto. And I think I have a reason why. So I'm in that one. So all these vanity entries I've talked about with the blue line at the bottom, I'm not selling. I'm literally trying to invest and hold these and maybe, look back Because there's been a lot of times where I'm just like, God, it was great that I scalped that for 2 or 3 months worth, but look at it now after a long time. So I'd like to try and learn from those past regrets. Let me continue to go down the line because I'm fully invested, and I have been, like I said. I had talked about Xerox, so the next best one today. Are you bullish on the market? Yeah, I am now. I am now. The market just gave us a cue. It just showed us exactly what it wants to do. We went to all-time highs yesterday. I don't know if I'd be chasing a bunch of stuff here. What I'm trying to get at is I felt good that I was kind of anticipating. We were really oversold, and I was looking for some good entries and some good names, but everything has changed from back here. We were underneath all the moving averages. This breakaway gap, I'm going to call it a breakaway gap because it has no attempt at being filled at the moment, and it breaks away to a new high. Is this the place you take new entries? No, but what you need to do is start making a list of things you want. And on pullbacks, we're gonna get some rest and some pause from this big giant move here, and that's the time in which you're going to want to start looking to buy things on early morning drawdowns or pullbacks. But get a list of things that you're interested in. I wouldn't just come into these markets and just react and start chasing things at new highs because we're very overbought here. You've got to be very careful of where your entries are after chasing all these green bars. So you're going to have a chance to let the jump rope come back around over the next week or two, and start thinking about, make a list of what your favorite names are. I've got about 7 or 8 down here that I'm looking at. I want to get Kodak on a pullback, but it won't give me one. I want to get DFTX, which was the former MindMed, on a pullback. I can't get this one to pull back, but I'll wait. I'll bide my time. All right, I'm going to go down the list here again some more. So Xerox is the 3rd best one today, behind NNE and behind RUM for profits. XRPI, I decided to put more money back into the ETFs of crypto. And look at this. We've got the first day trading above the 50-day moving average in the ETF. I can go to the intraday chart here, and XRPI is doing really well. XLM, another utility coin, doing really well. HBAR, another utility coin, green. But Bitcoin just barely went positive. And so there's like a real weird lag happening in Bitcoin right now. For the last couple of days, the utility coins, meaning there's purpose behind those coins for transactions and things like that. The thing that just happened with the Strait of Hormuz and all that traffic coming back over to our country now, it's kind of signaling a possible new paradigm or a new financial system globally on how energy and oil is traded, and it's a perfect opportunity for some utility coins to start coming into play. And we've got the Clarity Act. Most importantly, the Clarity Act is very close to being hopefully signed into law. And that's when all the starting guns can go off for institutions to not have to worry about legal ramifications, because everybody knows what the laws and the regulations are. And that's another positive mention for crypto when that happens. XRP has been in a low for a while. I believe that it's been a low with everything, just like Bitcoin and everything. I think it's been in accumulation mode. I think quietly BlackRock and JP Morgan and all these other institutions are trying to accumulate as much as they can while shitting on it in the headlines and pretending they don't like it. So there's going to become a time when the accumulation phase is over. I've been in this for 4 years. I've got all the patience in the world. I know what I think is coming, and I hope I'm right. SPY volumes or lows. Does it come with low conviction? Well, if the volumes are at lows in SPY, it's probably because we're getting overbought. The majority of the volume was down here during the capitulation. We had capitulation 1 with a volume spike and capitulation 2 with a volume spike. And then the next day was a gap up right there. People had to chase that gap up. You forget, we closed right there. And then this is gap up number 1. And then this is the death nail for the shorts, gap up number 2. But you don't want to be like looking for new entries here because we just made a new high. We really need to breathe and pull off some steam. And then that's where you're going to have some opportunities to make some entries. But I wanted to have some crypto exposure. I've got the coins, of course, in my ledger, but I wanted some ETF exposure for my 401k, so I can get that now. If XRP does in fact go, it's going to perform very well in my retirement account. The next one I have is TMQ. I like the way the metals. This is a copper play. When I see charts that have been under the 50-day moving average, but all of a sudden they fought, and then we've got 1, 2. This is day 3 above a 50-day moving average. This is to me where the winds change. You've got one set of currents under the 50, but then once we close and above, trust me, the lights go off on people's desks, trading desks and investment desks and quants, that this stock is now above the 50-day moving average. And that's kind of a green light for a lot of people to change their tune on things. So I've got some exposure in copper. I'm not in trading mode right now. I'm in full-on hedge fund mode. I'm not looking to take profits. I feel like because I got such a great entry in a lot of these things, I started accumulating down here and in here and adding in here. So I've got great entries in a lot of things. Going down the list, I want some exposure to the naked short thing, the GameStop. I noticed, check this out, the old one, remember AMC? Look at that. The shorts are a little bit nervous in AMC. Bed Bath & Beyond, they're a little nervous in Bed Bath & Beyond. So GameStop is the big one in terms of naked shorts. And I want some exposure to a stock that might get blown up with a naked short exposure. That's just my preference. DJT also very well could have a lot of naked short exposure as well. ABTC, this is the last of my vanity buys. Trust me, this is probably attempt number 9 or 10. And I'm actually back in the money for the year on this. I finally nailed it with a really good size. I've got like a good chunk of this thing. So if we look at the blue lines, I'll show you in these names. Rum, I'm not going to sell this. That blue line is my entry. Tesla, I'm not going to sell. That blue line is about as good of an entry as you can get. DJT, blue line, I'm not going to sell that one. ABTC, not going to sell that one. And then Xerox, I've added to that list. If this thing turns around and starts reinventing themselves, that's a wonderful entry as well. So I got 5 stocks that I'm literally calling I'm going to put in my back pocket. That's my intention. Now, if we have a nuclear war and a black swan hits, that could change things, but I don't want that, and we don't expect that. So I got a couple more I'll show you. So where are we going here? All right, did that one. Oh, ONDS. I took a shot on that one today with some cash I had on the open. And one of the things I've been doing is telling myself, you will not use your fresh cash on the open to buy gap ups. You just don't do that. But if you see a stock that you like, that came in hard, well, I picked up ONDS right on the 10 SMA. So I'm in the money on that one with today's entry. Just like I did with NNE, I came in long. I was on the opposite side. So I took my gift and sold the open, and then I bought it back down here. So I'll be known to do that as well. I still like the stock. I think it just got ahead of itself. All right, a couple more. I'll finish my portfolio, then I'll answer that question. We did ABTC. That's my Bitcoin exposure. Oh, ASTS. I noticed this morning that Rocket Lab and Lunar, look at that. We're having a really good day. Well, Rocket Lab and Lunar are space type stocks. Well, so is ASTS, and it got obliterated a couple of days ago. It actually took me with it, but I got back in right on the open, right down here. And let's see, there's one more, 2 more. I've decided to take a chance on UAVS. Why? Because yesterday I noticed it stayed above the last 2 days. It's 50-day moving average, just like I was saying before. It might be changing its tune. It did have some news as well. So what was always holding it back is now supporting it. That's why the tea leaves of the chart kind of give me conviction. And last but not least, I think Barry, if you're listening, Barry, turned me on to DXYZ, and we discussed the fact that 16% of this fund has some interest in the SpaceX IPO. And so their biggest holding is exposure to SpaceX. Well, Rocket Lab and Lunar and ASTS, we'll be able to add DXYZ now to this list, I think, because that is kind of the play there. And I want to hang on to this one as well, too. It's not a vanity entry down here, but my entry is pretty well close to where we are right now. I'm just going to leave it at that. All right. I do not understand how volume can be lower, but the price goes higher. Well, there's less fear and panic. When you see a fear and panic, there's always going to be giant volume associated with that. And then when things start to settle down and the fear goes away, that's when volumes are going to come down. That's really the basic reason why. Jay, feels more like a Ouija board for billionaires. Well, the tea leaves are telling me that the winds literally changed. There's two different worlds. There's this world down here, and then there's this world. You're under pressure down here, and now we're up in clean air. And what divides those two is a giant synapse of a breakaway gap. There's just so many strong elements to this chart. There's no reason to be bearish. I think if you're short, you're in a lot of pain, and you're probably wondering what to do because you're not getting a pullback to get out. And the people who want in are not getting a pullback to get in either. So all these things are just a perfect recipe for, it was a reversal. I mean, I have no problem just calling this a giant R, a capital reversal. And where I think we're going from here again is I'd like to see just some sideways action for a few days and let the moving averages catch up and let people start to realize they're not going to get a pullback. That would be ideal, and that's hopefully what likely is going to happen. All right. That's what I'm doing. As opposed to like last week, 2-3 weeks ago back here when I told you guys I'm not doing a whole lot. Started to put some things on down here, like that Tesla was the first one that filled the gap. And then from there, it just kind of slowly got confidence that things might start to turn. And I've noticed, again, a big change in the Bitcoin, in the crypto. Whereas Bitcoin, if you notice in the IBIT ETF, has been above its 50-day moving average. So Bitcoin's kind of taking a breather and letting some of the utility coins like XRPI catch up. I think that's what's happening over there. All right, does anybody have any questions? You need to jump up and demand your time. I'd like to add to this GameStop on a pullback. I feel like I don't have enough. What's up, Patrick? Yeah, I think you're right, Patrick. It's relative volume is low, but we just grind higher. So it's a fear of missing out. People are chasing the weak hands are chasing the train. But I've said it 5-6 times already. Don't be jumping into brand new positions right here. We very well could be, ready for a breather. Do I still use the A table? Yeah, Jay. So basically, this has kind of become the A table. It's now a tree map, and it's just nothing but what's doing well from the open, and they all have high short floats. So it's kind of evolved into this. And of course, I can share it for anybody that wants it. You can turn that tree map off, and then it kind of looks more like the old version of it. But I like that. It's kind of a nice visual, so I can share that with you. Does Holly work in pre-market? No, Wolfhound, it doesn't. Only because pre-market has generally much less liquidity. The spreads are wider. You can't use market orders in pre-market. You can only use limit, and so you'd miss out on a lot of fills and things like that. Can I show how to use the alert window? Which alert window, Syria? Which alert window do you mean? Let me know, because I'm not sure which one you wanted me to go back to. Has the short volume data changed all over the last 3 years? No, it's always going to be the same. There's always going to be a certain amount of shorts that has the short volume data. It's been the same. There's always going to be a list of high shorts. I mean, GameStop was 4 years ago, and that one kind of opened the whole can of worms of naked shorting and locates and borrowing and things like that. If you're talking about this one, Barry is a fan of TI Wave. Yeah, I don't use it because usually I know what I'm looking for. TI Wave is the best indicator for new traders because it kind of gives new traders a sidekick that says, yeah, you see the right thing. You see a good chart here. So it just kind of gives confirmation. But I mean, I already know what I'm looking for. But don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful indicator. I like to have my charts as clean as possible. I've been doing this for 30 years, so I know what I'm looking for. And to have a lot of that extra stuff on there, it kind of covers up the stuff that I really want to see because I'm an old school unk. How to use the alert window? I guess I'm assuming you mean the one that I shared. Which indicators do I use? I only use SMAs, but I will go back and overlay and use like anchored VWAP at times, anchored VWAP if I need to. But as far as indicators go, it's just moving averages. And then my eye can kind of see pivots. My eye can see gaps. I'll look at candlestick patterns, reversals. You know, back to the Tesla, you know, in hindsight, this was a wonderful looking bottom there. You had two kind of reversals at the close. Over 3 days, there are actually three reversals, closes off the bottom. But that's not really a textbook buy, what I did there. So the moving averages, the most important moving average I have is the, I'm going to use DXYZ as an example, is this one. Okay, it's the 15-minute chart, and I only use two moving averages. But look at this. This is a 130 SMA. And the reason it's that, if you don't know, is because that's a 5-day moving average. So I use the 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart rather than blast it over here. And look at how clean the intraday zones appear to me. Now this on this DXYZ, the company that owns a bit of SpaceX IPO that I'm going to sit in, is held up by that, supported by that, supported by that, got ahead of itself, pulled back, still wasn't ready. And where did it find buyers? It found buyers there. So therefore, this line becomes a major area of interest for me intraday. I don't think NNE quite got to it. You know, I didn't quite get to it, but I used the prior low of yesterday as an area of interest on that one. But by far, this is probably my most important because this one helps me time entries or admit when I'm wrong and the stock is not doing what I want. So on a 15-minute chart, stocks that are above the 15-minute, I want to try and buy as close as I can on downdrafts and pullbacks to that moving average. You'll never do well trying to buy a strong stock that has a big separation distance between this blue line and the price. It's always going to find its way back somehow because a 5-day moving average is pretty fast. Would I short on a pullback? No, I wouldn't short anything in this market. That's just me. The time for shorting was back here during this market when things popped up, go short. I guarantee you a lot of people tried to short this and this got real short here, which is the right thing to do. But all of a sudden, one day changed everything because we haven't come back to fill that gap. In the previous market, you guys all know what would have happened here. Gap up, fill, 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 fill. That's what we had been seeing for months on end. Those days are gone now. The market just figured something out and it's looking ahead 6 months. And again, it's my contention that they're seeing what's happening with the U.S. oil and energy just lighting up now as ships are racing to our country to buy oil, and the whole Iran escalation thing, the fear is gone from that. You can just look at the VIX, which they call the fear index. And the fear index is very strong back here, but it's broken. Let's take it one step further. Here comes the 5-day moving average over here on the fear index on the VIX. So this will be like a do or die. It's going to be a real area of interest. It's going to be a big tell. If the fear starts to slowly come back into the market, let's see what happens at that inflection point. That's why I like to use this moving average to just kind of see what is the story the market's telling us. So to answer your question, I wouldn't short anything right now. The currents have literally just inverted. I sent an email about it 2 days ago titled "Features Not Working," and you replied, "Watch you today." Oh, okay, okay. If you can elaborate, I get a lot of emails. If you can elaborate on which feature wasn't working, you're gonna have to refresh my memory. What do I think about the Iran war? It does not seem like Iran wants to end it. I think it's already over. We just don't know it. Everything else is just headlines and misdirection. Europe has basically been the big loser because they don't have a plan B. And London was controlling a lot of the insurance and basically the risk factors, and the Lloyd's of London had a lot to do with how much money it cost shippers to run through the Strait of Hormuz, and that whole industry has been kneecapped now. Features not working. Well, I searched your name. I don't see that in the email. Top list, Market Explorer. Okay, top list. Okay. It's under Tracy Huff. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at your screenshots. The first thing that stuck out when I saw your screenshot was it says Market Explorer strategy, and your window looks like this, right? Can you try this for me? Because this will probably tell us a lot if this works or not. Can you right click and then just select a strategy and say maybe, gap strategy, gap down fill, anything that pops in there. Once you launch that, it should show you got that one working. So that tells us that you have data and it works. That's a very important point. Okay. So if your top list isn't working, let me go back to your email here. That's your version. Okay, the AI, let me see. Is the AI working today? It should be. Here's the AI strategy windows. And it's very important. We have a filter in here. Under none, it'll show you everything that came through. What a lot of people like to do is just say, show me the profitable trades, the ones that are working. And so you can filter out the bad ones. And that's how that works. Okay. If you have a top list that doesn't work, for instance, like this is a top list right here. If I turn this tree map off, this is what a top list looks like, and it should have data. It should have a time frame, and I like to leave it on live always is a good way to do it. But what you can do is if you don't have any data in a window that has the T in it and it's just blank, then that means there's a problem with the configuration. I know you sent me some configurations, but believe it or not, just seeing this as a window doesn't help me diagnose it. So what you can do is you can reply to that email again. And if you have a window that's still not working, I want you to share the code with me. That way I can open it and I can dig around and see there's many reasons why something might not work. So Tracy, the way you do that is you just right click inside the window that's not working. And then you do this thing called save and share to cloud, because you're gonna share it with me. So it's one click. It's already set. Just click save and share. And then once you've got it, the important thing to share with me is to copy it. And then if you can just hit paste, in the email and let me know when you send it, I can open your scan up live on the desk here and we can work through it. What just happened? Now I see we're getting just the hints of a small little tick and things start to pull back. Nothing happens when you right click in the window. Well, is it a T window? Which window is it? You have an alert configuration window in the picture that you sent to me. New high. There's that one. Top list config window. I see you've got that. Volume leaders. Let me just see what you did there. New. So I'll just do alert window. And then you went volume, I think. Maybe it's in this one that you did. I'm not sure. If it's either a top list or an alert window, an A window or a T window, you should be able to right click just like that and then get this menu to say save and share. Got it. Okay. It's working. All right. Meaning it's working, the scan's working, or you figured out how to share it. If you figured out how to share it, you can just go ahead and send it. And I'll see if your email comes in. But thank you. I like to see that. That helps. All right. So as I was speaking here, a little bit of a downdraft. It doesn't take much of a downdraft in the NASDAQ and the SPYs to see a P&L drop. But that's to be expected. It's day 4 of a really big run. It's working. Stocks unhinged. Hello. Excellent. And that's why we do these live sessions. Because we can give people much better individual help than we can in a chat window or an email. Oops. Oh, I hate when it does that. So this, like Tesla's doing, I think this is what these things, they're all kind of do the same thing. We had a big move up and then it's not giving back much in price. It's just kind of going sideways. And as it does that, this 5-day moving average starts to slowly creep up. I think that's kind of what we're in for the next couple of days. Bitcoin just can't get green, but XRP just grinds higher. Sure would be nice if we could get that Clarity Act passed. I'd like to see how these things react to that. Hello, Jay. How do you find stocks that are beaten down but might be getting accumulation, or stocks that are otherwise quiet on the radar but getting above normal activity? Well, I would say relative volume is probably a good one. You could use something like relative volume and maybe at a 52-week low. Let's see if we experimented with something like that. Top list window with relative volume of say 2, but position and year range. Position in 1 year range. We make that, we cap that at, I don't know, 2%, the second percentile. It's not the extreme low, but it's, you know, near the low. I'll tell you, I have an idea too. Let's just try this to start with and see what happens. Average daily volume, I don't know, 300,000. So any stock that's at the extreme low of a 52-week range that is doing double volume will show up on something like this. But here's something we could consider. I mean, these are all down big and they're all at new lows pretty much. So you could start with something like that as a starting point. But when I say that, I'm going to do this. I'm going to collaborate these settings and I'm going to add a concept to it. We're going to go to an alert window, and the alert will be our block trade that you just mentioned. So we'll take off new high. Oh, sorry, we need to just launch this. I need to launch this first, and I need to collaborate it. Paste. So now I have the old filter settings that we just made in that top list. And the heartbeat is like a placeholder. So we need to select block trade for that. So stocks that are down there, like you're mentioning, might have big block alerts, and we will enable that alert. But the key is, what's our minimum number of shares? I don't know, 500,000 maybe. That's a pretty big block trade, just as a concept. Let's see what happens. That's probably too big of a block. Nothing came through. Let's do 50,000 shares. All right, we're getting some stuff. We can go today. So these are all the things that came through with a big block trade. That's not a bad looking chart. FIG, 250,000. All right, we can try that. We might have gone too low there. But, you know, we're just starting with kind of a concept of stocks at 52-week lows that are now making big blocks. That's 25,000. Let's try this. ABT. ABT is the only one with that kind of a block. And it's gapping down today. So that's kind of ugly on earnings. So it's just getting massacred on earnings. You could try 100,000 shares. A couple of names at 100,000. Well, that's kind of interesting. Lucid Group. Does that kind of fit your bill, Jay? Look at that big, giant volume capitulation down here at 52-week lows, just off 52-week lows. It's interesting. But these are the kind of names you're going to get off of a scan like this. ABT, we saw that one. All right, so let me get you a copy of this. I go back to real time. And you can, of course, just use this as a starting point and mess around with it. And what I would do, Jay, is maybe you get a long list of ideas, but, you know, like on this Lucid, let's look at this Lucid. Maybe you say, all right, it's day one, day two, day three. This thing's really oversold. It's going sideways and it's sliding above the 10 SMA here. So that's always a good first sign. what I might do is you could either put a buy stop in, or you could just put an alert. And this is really important for Trade Ideas users. Once you've identified a possible candidate, you're still guessing right here. But if you put an alert at the high end of that little range, you could be doing an email or looking at another trade, and all of a sudden this pops up, and then you don't even think twice. You're like, yeah, I was prepared for this. Let's go. Boom. And you jump in and you pick up an oversold bounce candidate. But you wait until you get the trigger of the price alert. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch, using the alerts to create your list of ideas, and then using the price alert or the scan as step one, and then the price alert that you set that meets the parameters of the current setup. All right, if I've missed any questions, let me know. Whatever happened in the market there kind of bounced back a little bit. You're welcome. Yeah, I've got, I've seen it all. I've seen a lot in 30 years. And things tend to repeat themselves. And you know, I was thinking it wasn't easy, I'll tell you. But I lean on my experience for doing it. It was really, you know, it was getting really hard back here. It was kind of demoralizing because nothing was working. And then I gave up. I just said, screw it, I'm going to go to cash. But once I saw this gap up here, and once I saw the Tesla nibble that I started working, you know, my conviction mode kicked in, and I started slowly building on conviction. And every day I got a little bit more convicted, and the price action just kept proving that, you know, what you're doing might be right here. Don't give up on it yet. And so I'm kind of happy it played out that way for me. In the line of all the negativity back here, sometimes you just freeze up and you're like, I don't know if the 10th time is going to be the ticket. But in this case, it was. And so you got to, you know, just kind of keep fighting sometimes. Because whatever was lost back here, I guarantee you has been made up here. Struggle with not marrying a side and being more nimble. Yeah, that's a hard one, because what we know, what we think we know, is not always what the market interprets. I am on live every Thursday like today, but every third week we kind of fill in on Tuesdays. So not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. The last week in April, I'll be Tuesday and Thursday at this time. Can I ask questions about Holly? Yes. Are there recommended trades intended to be for the day? Where do you choose a position? So I was just showing for a minute ago the filter. On the place to probably start is using this drop-down filter. We can look at all trades or profitable, but that's always a good sign. We click profitable only, and we only lost one trade there. So I want you to look at this not so much as a machine that spits out an idea and you do exactly what it says. Not always, but sometimes you can. But more so, it's an idea generator of showing you what's in play for the day. All of these stocks are probably going to have giant relative volume. Now, what I like to tell people is it's kind of the machine giving us an idea. Here's a good example right here. Oh, this is a short play. Okay. So let's look on the short side for a second. I like this play because it's shorting up here at resistance. And right here is the key. For some of you who attend my things, you'll know that candle I call the signal candle, because it's the very first candle that has closed under the rising 10 SMA. The rising 10 SMA shows me momentum. If this stock was really going to break out, it would have bounced right there and ripped to new highs. But it broke the seal, it broke the glass, and then the fact that it closed on lows, that's very ugly. So I would get out of my long on that candle. But in this case, Holly's giving us a short. So that candle is actually a confirmation candle that this short is in fact working. And so you could probably use this as a target down here, the 5-day that I was using. So what I'm getting at is I like to look at these names, but still use the guardrails of what is it doing in relation to the 10 SMA and this 130 SMA. And on this short sale, Holly is saying we've got some clean space here for a possible good short scalp. So it's a short-term trade. It's going to be a scalp. The trades that come out here are doing something for today only. But every now and then they'll follow through and keep trending higher. XNDU, that's an interesting one. But let's take a look at it. It's a tough one because it said get in on the open, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you just thought, wow, I'm just going to watch this one. And this is a perfect example of not chasing something that's really, really extended, but you wait and you wait and you wait. And look at this. If you had just used XNDU from the Holly call as your own perspective, you'd say, hell yeah, Steve told me wait until they come down and close the gap and touch this 10 SMA. There's your safe entry. So Holly gave you the name, but your own eyes gave you the technical timing as to when to take that trade. And if you were wrong here, then you just get out down here and it's a quick risk reward. Barry.
I have to thump my desk.
Why?
Because, Steve, you're not looking at the reentry price column.
I'm not, no.
And you should be. I mean, I did my video on this one.
Which one? Which one?
Well, all three of them, but look at Xanadu, okay? XNDU. So, yeah, I heard you talking, 3182 was
right.
In theory, the original.
I forget about this reentry. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3625. So look what happened. It hit the stop at, it's jumping around on me, 3625. It hit the stop at 35.16. Okay. And it went way below it, down to $30.
Yes.
And the other thing you said is, I tell people, and I wish, listen, when you talk to Dan next, the default should be in the filter, none, not profitable trades. Because if you click profitable trades, you're going to miss the reentries, because those reentries in theory are below. Well, they're not in theory, they're below the entry price.
There's one more that's hidden. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You see, so 3571 was the reentry for Xanadu. Yeah, 3770 now. That's a $2 move. Look at the reentry for.
Yeah, and JKS on the short side.
JKS has not hit. JKS has not hit the reentry.
Are you sure it says re-entered?
Well, it might say trade stat re-entered, but it hasn't triggered a number. Okay. There's only three, but look at EVTL. Reentry was 317. It is now, it says 329 now, but at one point it was up at 360. Heck of a deal. And look at NN. The reentry is 1925. It's 2068 now. So I'm just saying, I mean, if I can pay more attention to the, I just can't have tugged in so many different directions, but I would just look at reentries. I would sort of forget about the original alert price and just wait to see what sort of reentries we get. And, that's just another way of looking, because obviously the reentries are a better, you're getting a better fill.
I had that column kind of hidden. That column was hidden on the side. I didn't see the reentry price.
Okay.
Okay, so let me resave that.
So
obviously I don't use the AI reentry price. That's obvious.
I know. But it's, some days it's absolute gold, and I just look at it this way. Yeah, like you were saying, maybe the AI was just a little bit early on the original alert. And if you give it some time, it can come back. Well, you can get a sound alert on the reentry price also.
Yeah, so right, which I don't have. So that's kind of an example of what I was saying earlier. Somebody asked me why I don't use the TradeWave, and I said I think they're wonderful tools. I just like to declutter what I do because I know exactly what I'm looking for. And I don't use this, obviously. I kind of know what I'm looking for in other stuff, but this is a great tool for people who don't know what they're looking for. And the reentry, like you said, what I look for is, years and years of experience. Well, the reentry, you don't need years of experience. It helps newer traders. So it's a great tool for newer traders. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, but see, Steve, for me, the TI wave is not anything to do with the buy or sell flag. It just helps me keep in a trade longer. That's all it does for me.
Okay.
If I happen to be in a trade, if I happen to click on an alert,
that's a good point.
I get into that's the only reason I use it. I mean, would I like to have a scan based on the buy or sell? Yes, you can keep hammering down on that, but I really use it just to keep me in a trade way longer than I ever used to, and
And
that's
that's a lot. That's a problem for a lot of people. So yeah, that's
yes,
good.
yes. So on that, I'll let you go because it is now 5:02. So
Oh,
you can go
cool.
now if you
Snuck up
want.
on me. All right. Sounds good. Okay, everybody.
Okay. Okay. See you next
time.
week.
Bye.
Be a moment as I grab the stage. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms right now, and just give me a moment. Get rid of my announcement. Get my music going. How to get this? Oops, how to get this? So are you still in the room? You asked how to get alerts on the strategy trades. Are you still here? Okay. So you have the AI though, right? Obviously, you have to have the AI. You're a premium service. So all you do is you just put a sound alert. Okay. So if you right click and go to actions, and then you just create a sound alert. So you click on the play sound, you set up the sound. Now you have you can do a few things here. You can text to speech. You can pick a female voice or a male voice. Okay, so the stock will actually be read out if that's what you want to do, and you'll get the alert. Oops. So you could do that, or you could go click on that use custom sound, click on that, and then select the sound. And we have 3 folders here that we have given to you, created. Each one of these folders, I'll click on Mad Money, left click. These are all different sound alerts. Okay. So if you wanted the monkey, okay, you would left click on monkey. You would see if I can get it over here. You would open it and play it. And if you liked it, if you like the sound it makes, then you would say okay a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached to your to the window. That all makes sense. I can do it again if I went too quickly. Okay. And then you'll get a sound alert on the original alert, and you'll get a sound alert on the reentry. And so, of course, the whole idea of our sound alerts is you put a unique, well, you put a different sound alert on the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. You cannot get email alerts, no. So guys, before I left, I think I was talking about the NN and but look what happened even with the Xanadu. I mean, this is an awesome one. This is on the reentry. 35.71 on the reentry, $38 now. And this looked horrible at the beginning, absolutely horrible. And this was a long alert, 36.25. And what did it get down to? It got down to 30, almost down to $31. So that looked awful. But you've got to stop. So if you did take it right off the bat, okay, if you obey your stop, so you're out, manageable loss. And then you had a reentry at 35.71. Why? Because it got halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, which in this case is 35.71. That's how these things are triggered. And so look, that's awesome. And all 3 of these worked. Now, do they work every single day on their entries? Of course not. But many times they do. I mean, the NN 1925 on the reentry, 2058 now. This one doesn't look as good, 317 for the EVTL right now at 333. But that pulled back. It got up to like 354. So anyway, I'm just saying, you're doing yourself a disservice, and I'm just talking, in general. If you not look well, first of all, as I had to scold Steve a little bit because he was talking about having the profitable trades checked. The problem with that is if you have that checked, you'll never see the reentry because the reentry is always remember the profitable trades means that it is above the original entry. Okay, that would make well the reentry price is always below the original entry price, so you'll never see this. So that's why you have to have don't check. If the filter is checked, uncheck it. Just get rid of the profit. Just uncheck it. No, you cannot. Unfortunately, you cannot. Question is, can you get the buy flag and or the sell flag as an alert? Unfortunately, no. But every Wednesday between 12 and 1, Dan Merkin, the CEO, well, most Wednesdays, he does his YouTube thing, and you'll keep asking him. I'd like it too. I'd like to create a scan, and then my trigger would be a buy flag or a sell flag. Is there a setting we put on the chart so we see the bid ask? Not sure. He probably knows. Like right on the chart somewhere. I don't believe. I don't. Well, there's the buy and sell. I don't think so. I mean, I don't. Yes, there is. Yeah, I mean, because I don't. No, I shouldn't say it like this, but I mean, obviously I use this. This is my diamond sales, new trade ticket. Oh, okay. So, and so where is the trade ticket? But isn't that a little? Is that a little box pop up, Pepe? Give me one moment, guys. Okay, so I've checked that advanced trade. Oh, yeah. So it is a box that pops up. Okay, I so I mean you can get it, I guess, if you really, really, but it's going to dominate your chart. I think what I was wondering, yeah, it's interesting. Um, yeah, I thought what you meant was to have it up here so you could just see the bid and ask. All right. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only way. I mean, I suppose if you don't mind having that box pop up and have it here the whole time, for me, it would be too overwhelming because I mean, I just look at my, here on my, I mean, I'm not trading using the chart. So I guess if I were trading using the chart, I guess it would be nice. But of course, I'm trading from within Interactive Brokers. So when you say I work on Wednesday, any other ideas for that? I don't know what you mean exactly, Sierra. I mean, it's been asked many, many, many months, okay, for the buy and sell signals as an alert. It's been asked for many months. So company is, devoting all their efforts to the money machine and all that, and whether or not they eventually do it, so there's nothing more you can do. All right, guys. So it is now 1:05. So what I'm going to do now is just go over my homepage one last time for the day. All right. So I've posted my homepage link. Always at the top. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And we've got two plans, a standard and our premium. So that promo code works for both monthly plans and the annual plans for those, okay? So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Company tracks the use of these promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the two rooms that I'm moderating free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and if you're sitting in YouTube right now, there is another room, a lot more interaction with other traders in this room, the trading room. It's also free. You don't have to worry about that. Both rooms are free, of course. But this room has a few other things going for it. It opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're interested in interacting with other traders in the pre-market, this room will be for you. I don't open it. Obi does. Thank you, Obi. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock Eastern Time, of course. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. But also, this room will be open after I leave. William keeps it open after I leave. And I think today he's going to keep it open to 3:43 plus 17 seconds. Aha. Okay, so most days this room can be open from 6:45 to about 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and they're both trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. And I do my best to answer questions if I can. If it's an accounting question, more than likely I can't, but I can direct you to the people who can answer. And keep scrolling down. Now, Steve was in our YouTube room, just left about 10 minutes ago. He is the originator of the Trades of the Week. You can sign up for the Trades of the Week right here. They're free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this first, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it is something you'd like to try. You can always try us for a month. Our monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so you can unsubscribe at any time. And last, if you're looking for, if you are new to trading, a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading, called Back to Basics. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, scans, races, etc., you click on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So here's the large cap race is here. This is the wide open volatile race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Pulse resumes is over here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. So you can take a look at, don't have them open, but you can take a look at them if you'd like. You can ask me questions about them or any other aspects of trade ideas. And I'll do my best again to answer. Yeah, yeah, that's a classic. It's a classic, though, isn't it? Nuclear. It is, though. It's a big country. All right, guys. Let's see now. What can we perhaps pick up? Here's SRAD. Let's take a look at SRAD. I like to see stocks just over the whole number, but it's too extended. Ah, shoot, too extended right now. Would have been nice if it had been right around here, just over the whole number. Too extended for me right now. So I also had a bit of a choppy day on the market, guys. Yeah, we had this big downturn and the massive move up on, whatever the news was, and then now the move down. So we've had a bit of a choppy day. Still still at 700, barely. I think that ABT could bounce to the VWAP. Okay, let's take a look at ABT. William. The VWAP is way up here, so that'd be a nice bounce, almost 97 from 94.5. Certainly still the downtrend, though. I mean, it's trying to curl a little bit. Let's take a look at on the 1-minute chart, see if that orange has turned to green, or blue, sorry. Not yet, not yet. So the curl is still kind of in doubt. You got a little buy flag there, yes, but notice there's no buy flag on the 2-minute chart. At least there wasn't. It's funny. I did my video today on, I believe it was EVTL, but I mentioned, I was talking about the reentry, and I said, and you know what? You never know. Xanadu might actually get halfway between that original entry and the stop. And I said, if it does, be aware of it. So there it was, 35 cents. That's a fantastic move. It's almost not quite $5. Call it, $4.30. That's a fantastic move. And, I mean, Xanadu has been such, we saw this in the pre-market. What a great run it's been on. Only a week and a half ago, this was a $7 stock, guys. $40 now. NDU. Now, I hate to mention one, but here it is. MYSE is actually making a bit of a noise here. There is the 200-day. Maybe it's going to act as a bit of a magnet. Trying to curl, a little bit, but a lot of people were beaten up by this one. I think it was up a huge amount in the pre-market. It basically kind of faded most of the day. The only thing you forgot to mention, nuclear. It's not just. I got a friend in Edmonton. His name is John. Do you know him? That's the classic. You gotta give the person a name, not even a last name, just a first name. Making fun of my American friends. The longer this holds over 350, it may have a little bit of a run in it. The my SE. Oh, right. A little bit of a move now, guys. A little bit of a move. You know what else is? I hate to bring this one up also, but look at it. Look at it. It is starting to. Even worship is starting to do a kind of a bit of a curl. Now, the difference between this one and the other one is that the spread is off. 1707. Well, it's tightening up a little bit. Now, will that matter if it tacks on $2 or $3? No, but it's tightening up a little bit. But boy, they could yank that bid. They'll do it right in front of us. There you go. Look at that. Yank the bid, break back down to 1707. All right, guys. I'm probably going to regret not taking the WSHP, but you get that spread. I'm just not into it at all. Well, look at it now. Look what happened. No answering. No. Well, at least you're giving a little more information though, nuclear. It could be possible. That's just yeah, I know that guy. I think it's better, when it's so vague, but yes. Used to happen to me all the time. I grew up in Montreal, and somebody said, "Oh, you're from Montreal. I have a friend in Toronto. His name is, John. Do you know him?" I mean, I'm not kidding. Yeah, these are people from the States, of course, and I don't know what they think. Anyway, I digress. Oh, and come on. What wow, I mean, this might get close to the, oh, sure is not looking right now. Exactly. Do you know Rich from Alaska? Oh, you live in LA. Do you know John? Boy, I mean, I have to take a look now at the MYSC. Getting closer. There's the, VWAP. I refuse to believe it'll get up there. Yeah, all the Johns coming out of the woodwork right now. Oh, you live in LA. Oh, I thought you were a fellow Canadian nuclear. Oh, I see. Okay. If that's why you were poking fun. You're actually poking fun at yourself. Okay. Even better. You have a great choice of friends or in friends. Yeah, Monica. You know John from Toronto. Monica lives in Toronto or the area. All guys, ALM. Well, just creeping, sort of, it's done a little creep up, and it is now an all-time high. All-time high, guys, for all ALM. It just took out yesterday's high, which was the previous all-time high. So you're just showing off now, William. Trying to name a bunch of different Canadian cities that probably are obscure to most Americans. We're really okay. Sorry, guys. I know we should be talking stock and all that, but every now and then it's kind of fun to digress a bit. I have been to every single Canadian province and two of the three territories. Big country. All right, guys, 124, so maybe only another half hour. I'm going to listen. I'm going to keep an eye on the WSHP just in case the spread tightens a bit for a decent length of time, and because I mean, obviously, it's got a lot of room. $41 was the high. Nobody is suggesting it's going to get up there, but Saidu, yeah, Saidu is pretty active all day. Little bit choppy on the two, choppy on the five. Not smooth. Hard to keep in the trade. For me anyway. Well, that's a little too cryptic for me, William. For the development of rants, you mean they're ranting at each other? I'm sure that's not what you mean, but rates. Okay. Oh, trucking rates. Right. Okay. Well, that, yeah, you would have to definitely. By the way, Onfo did not do it, did it? I was thinking that maybe it would have a late day run. I don't think it's going to. The minute it broke down through the VWAP, yeah, I was hoping it would. Where I was hoping it would hold in this area right around here, the 180 area for a long time, and then all of a sudden we get some volume, pop it through two, maybe get a late day run. It does not look like it. Okay, let's see the ABT. Now it's getting a 2 minute buy flag. It is, or trend anyway. Yeah, that side was just too. I mean, it's a story stock, obviously. Do all the little space trades that have been taking place over the since Artemis. But this one is, yeah, it's just to me, it's just not nice enough. No, I have not touched that Saidu, not at all. No, somebody was just mentioning it, so I put it up on the screen or the chart just to see what it looked like, and I said I didn't like it. It was just way too choppy. Now, there's people out there that have probably got it lower and just hoping that it would keep moving because of the space craze, and they would have been right for for a while anyway. Obi, how can we not buy Obi? Obsidian Energy out of Canada, out of Calgary. How can we not buy Obi, who keeps the room open? Let's go. OBE. I've been watching this Max Linear for a while. It's been a little for fairly large cap stock. Well, it's only 81 million in the float, but it is over half a billion market cap. It's been, it's been a lot choppier than I would have thought. I saw it when it just got over 23, and I thought it looked pretty good. I was, 20. I was on my break. Then it did this, broke up above it again, and then it did this. This is the trade of the week, Mara. Trade of the week. Okay, this is Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So the trigger was $10, wasn't it? So, the trigger I think was $10. Yeah, I mean it got up to 95 approximately, but yeah, it looks like it's not wanting to go. Let me take a look at it on a 1 minute chart and see if that trend is changed back to orange. Not yet, but there's a little sell flag and a buy flag. I mean, it's right now direction unknown. Okay, sell flag and then a buy flag right after. Really don't know. Okay, I think Steph, you asked me that I think earlier. I don't have my layout. Okay, I just have the individual scans. I don't have a layout. You can pick and choose which ones you might want. So again, just click on my homepage link and you can see what I am sharing. You can kind of pick and choose what you might want. Okay, this is what I'm sharing. What you can see is this large cap raise. You can see this one, biggest gain is from the start of the race, and you can see upside versus downside movers is right there, and then the Hall resumes. So I mean, they're all here. You just have to load them, whichever ones you want. As far as charts are concerned, charts are, it's kind of a personal thing. I mean, I almost guarantee. Well, I shouldn't say that, but my guess is that in this room, there may be some with a 2-5 weekly, daily, and monthly, but my guess is not too many would have this as their charts. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting. Sky Q is a mess. Onfo is my SE is, I mean, it's getting closer to that VWAP. It's got a ways to go. And there you go. Just because I didn't like it because it looked choppy to me doesn't mean, when people like the Saidu, you're talking about the Saidu and it's going to test sticks. Yeah, I mean, it's just not what I like to see, but there's nothing wrong with it. Some people look at that and go, "That's great, I love it." Hmm. Sorry, guys, just reading an email. Yeah, no Poe today. Where the heck is the Oh, I think he's been doing pretty well. He's been finding some great little, cheap bottom fishing plays that have, I think, done quite well. No, I know. I know what you mean. He's not in the room. I just, which is strange. He's usually in every single day. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on the Xanadu. Okay, the Xanadu now is pulling back a little bit. So, which trade view channel do I find myself using most during? What you see, it's not a channel. Okay, it's my own layout. Great, the great one. Okay, I'm talking to the great one in YouTube. This is my layout. I don't use any of the Are you talking about these channels? If I click on new and then dock channel bar, you talking about these channels here? I don't use any of them. I mean, I've created my own layout that I like. Is that what you mean? Yeah, so it's not a channel. It's just I'm sharing what you see. There are basically two races, a compare count window, and then the halts resumes. So I'm sharing them on my homepage, but that's what I use. No, no, I think that for most people who have, I've had the program since 2010. Okay, so I think for most people who have, have got a lot of experience with trade ideas, I've created my own scans. Maybe I've taken something from a channel, though I can't really remember, and modified it, like an individual scan from a channel, and maybe I've modified it. I remember doing that, but there's nothing. There's that. One of the ways, if a person is new, yeah, you can go in and click on new, and then click on the dot channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. So you could go in and here's the explosive winners. Okay, as an example. Yeah. So I mean, this one called the Trade Ideas Winners Watcher. Now it's called the multi-strategy window. So if I right click on it and hover over strategies, now here are all the different scans, alert windows that are in here. Okay. So what you could do, I mean, first of all, you would not want to have them all checked. You'd be inundated, even the numbers that are checked right now, you'd be inundated with alerts. Inundated. Okay. But maybe on any given day, you say, you know what, I want to trading above yesterday's high. Okay, maybe I'll check that one, and maybe I'll check trading up close to the highs of the day. Maybe I'll check that one. Maybe you check a couple and see what alerts you get. How to join? Okay, not a class exactly, but how to come into the trading room. Give me a moment, Prez. So city. Okay, so click on my homepage link. I just put it in there. Right? And click on my homepage link. When you do, you scroll down a little bit, and when you see trading room, okay, and that's a free room. It's free room. It's just a lot more interaction, and it's open earlier and stays open later than the YouTube room. Okay, so it's right here. So if you look at this, I mean, again, this would be obviously you can tell this would be overkill, but there's you could literally say, okay, maybe I just pick a couple for the day, maybe a couple different ones the next day, depending on what the market's doing. You know, But you might look at something here, the velocity vault, ignite your profile. Have no idea what it's looking for. So you right click, go to the top list window and see what it's looking for. Pretty vague. I mean, it's not much, but if you sort of liked it, you could say, okay, why don't I'll take this out of this channel, so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. Right click and duplicate into free floating window, and this way you can do in any window you see in any of these channels. So when I duplicate it into a free floating window, now it becomes free floating. Now you could take this and maybe incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. So yeah, the onfo. Hmm, it might, but I'd be waiting for a two break. I will not take it unless it hit two. I mean, it's over the VWAP. So there's an example, Steph. Okay, I don't tell people what to take. But I've got my alert set up here. Well, I should set it a little lower now. And if it hit two, if it got over two, I'm probably going to get very interested in taking the trade. This one I talked about right here. I said, you know what, guys, this is starting to curl. So if you're listening to me, this is something you make up your own mind. Does this make sense? You know, it's starting to curl a little bit here. Does it make sense? But I'm not going to say, okay, everybody, take this trade right here. I'm not an investment advisor. I got to be careful what I say. You know, the other thing I said is it's far enough away from the VWAP. So yeah, so you go to the different channels and, you know, now don't go crazy. I mean, when you go to all these different channels, like don't go crazy and start extracting like three, even one of each. If you went to every single channel, you'd have way too much going on. Okay, so you kind of, these are all theme-based channels. So I should have this one somehow, the two-time ETF. Boy, oh boy, I mean, my SE is now, I mean, I never thought it would get this close to the, now to me, this is going to stall at 4. I mean, it got a little over 4 and it's pulling back now, you know, the whole number. But if it can get through 4, the next level would be 441. That would have a real challenge to get through then. That's the VWAP. All right, so the trade of the week is working out quite nicely now. I typically don't take them, but you know, these are designed for longer term holds. I can't remember the last time I actually took a trade of the week from Steve, but the next high looking left is 1157 on the weekly chart, I believe. These are designed for longer term holds. Of course, how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be completely up to you. Well, William says it might, yeah, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to the, I mean, it's still got a ways to go, $3 to the VWAP. How do you get the trade of the week? Well, you can sign up for it. And so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, 161, click on it. And scroll down, 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 right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, you get an email kind of outlining like the reasoning behind the trade. You'll have a suggested entry and a suggested stop. But you know how you trade it, if you trade it, it's going to be up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but you know, I mean, if I think the trigger for Amara was 10. If in half an hour I went to 15, I probably would have traded some out. Okay. So when you say does TradeView, are you talking about the charting program TradingView? This is not TradingView. You know that, the great one. And if you're referring to this as a class, well, not really a class, but this both rooms, the YouTube room you're in, and the other room, the trading room. Yeah, I mean Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday. This is the format. I get on the mic at 9, and I go to, depending on how many questions I get, maybe to about 2:30 Eastern time, of course. It's a good reason why, right? Stocks unhinged. All right, let's see if okay. How about lunar now? I love the ones just over a whole number. But same thing. I look left. The next high is 26.24. That's too close to 26.07 for my liking, so I don't take the trade. Now, some might look at that, go, "That's crazy." I take the trade, and it works. I hope it does. Okay, but if it did take out 26.24, where could it go? Well, on the weekly chart, I cannot see anything. And on the monthly chart, 26, wow. Well, this is kind of interesting because if you look at lunar right now, LUNR, sort of remember this, this is back in February of 2023. So we're talking 3 years ago now, a 3 year ago high, somewhere in this month. Wow, interesting. I do. Question is, do I like the OHLC charts better than candlestick charts? Yes, I do. After using candlestick charts for like 20 years, but I like these bar charts. They don't take up as much room, and I find for me anyway, at a glance, I see the close, I see the open, and I just like them better. And of course, it's all about the chart style. I haven't seen a candlestick chart for a long time. Let me see what it looks like. Ugh, don't like it, but it's just a preference. Okay, another one just over the whole number. Planet Labs, and this is an all-time high also. Another one, an all-time high. And again, if you're wondering how I get this information so quickly, it's an all-time high, in my single stock window, I've got the things that I want to see. This is all customizable. And you can see the position in the lifetime range down here, 102%. That means it's basically a lifetime high. It doesn't look at today's, well, it looks at today, but it looks at yesterday at the last lifetime high. So it's 2% above that approximately. But when I say 102, that means it's a lifetime high. Again, all these numbers here are all customizable because they are filters. They're just all the filters that we've got. So if you want more fundamental data, for instance, shares outstanding, earnings per share, all that stuff, you could put it in here. I don't need that. Well, I don't know if it's expected to go to 4. It did hit 4, and that's where it stalled. Okay, so I mean, it hits 4, a little over 4, and that's where it stalled. Now, it could just be regrouping. Okay, guys, 157, so getting close. I thought maybe the Onfo might have another little shot at 2. It doesn't look like it. In fact, they just got halted on the way down. So I would say that is almost 100% over. It's halted on the way down this late in the day. Onfo has shorts, really? Did they just show up? No, maybe not. 108, well, unless they all showed up at once. 181,000 shares, and it got halted. I wonder if you could use them as. I mean, I know Onfo has been. You're able to trade Onfo at Interactive Brokers, but so I'm assuming you could get the shorts then. What I'm saying is that it's not one of those that even though you have shorts available and it looks like a stock you should be able to trade, sometimes these brokers, Interactive Brokers included, are preventing us from buying, even not just shorting, but buying the stocks. They're trying to help us. Okay, guys, it's 2 o'clock. So first of all, what I'm going to do is my layout will still be displayed until 3:30. Okay, number one. And you might see me poking around here. If I come back to my desk and I see a question, I'll certainly, if you're still around, I will answer it. Oops. Okay, so my layout will be displayed until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. So there's still, there's still a lot happening. The crawl, all these real-time alerts down here. The race, of course, is active. I still think that's better than putting on the surfing. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Again, if you want to, yeah, here's my homepage link. So if you do want to head over to the main room, because I have to shut down YouTube, just click my homepage link, and here it is, trading room right here. Okay, it's free. Okay, guys. So thanks for all the help all day long. Obi will open the room tomorrow, the main room tomorrow at around 6:45. I'll get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, and we see you tomorrow.